All right, good morning. And we're back into Pathfinder, the adventure card game. Now, when we had left off, Damiel, who has already been inflicted now with Curse of Poisoning, just in general. Well, I was going to say in general I'm off to a bad start. That's not necessarily true. Um, Ezrin, my wizard, doesn't currently have any cards in his discard pile, but Damiel, one, two, three, four, 5 cards already in his discard pile. And then off to the right here, well, I guess Ezrin did have to bury Toxic Cloud. Yeah, and then you guys can't see as it's a little bit off camera, but got to organize my stuff a little better. This canteen that Damiel has been played, so that's no longer part of his deck. So anyway, where Damiel in particular is not doing as well as I would want him to do. And as a reminder, Curse of Poisoning says, while displayed after you reset your hand, recharge a random card for each Curse of Poisoning next to your deck. So it just means I'm going to start each turn with one less card, basically. All right. He chose to explore the Pleasure Barge again, which has been far less than pleasurable so far, and ran into a Plague Zombie. So the Plague Zombie, it has a combat check of 11. That's not too bad, but the powers, let's see. The Plague Zombie is immune to the mental and poison traits, so again, that might limit some of the potential damage output that Damiel has. If undefeated, banish the Plague Zombie, and each character at this location must succeed at a Constitution or Fortitude 6 check, or be dealt 1d4 acid damage. So you still get rid of it after you fight it. So thematically, it's pretty an easy creature to defeat, but it's a matter of, are you going to get kind of messed up in the process? Is it going to get a bite in on you? I'm not sure why acid instead of poison. Thematically, poison would be closer to, I feel like, what a zombie does, which is like giving you a disease of some kind. But either way, that's what we're dealing with. Let me take a look at Damiel's hand here. He's got Acid Flask, so that's not going to have poison. So that's probably our front runner right now. Noxious Bomb does have poison. So Acid Flask, for your combat check or your check against a barrier, banish this card to use your Disable or Ranged skill plus 2d6. Well, we're definitely going to go with... gosh, what is better? Disable's d10 plus 3. Dexterity is... wait, Disable or Ranged? Ranged is d10 plus 2. So yeah, we're going to go with the Disable, d10 plus 3 plus 2d6. If the Bane invokes the Acid trait, add another 1d12. Oh, invokes! Now that's interesting because I need to look up the rules for invokes again because it can potentially invoke the Acid trait. It'll do acid damage. So let me jump to that part. I know it was in the rule book yesterday. Oh, crap. Question is, where's the rule book? Did I lose that or misplace that at some point? Oh, here it is. Okay, invoke. Here we go. A check invokes a trait if it has or is against a card that has that trait. And so that's technically, I mean, traits are listed in the upper left here. These words here represent the traits, if I remember correctly. A card invokes a trait if it has that trait. A Bane also invokes a trait if it deals only damage of the type that matches that trait. Okay, so unfortunately this zombie does not invoke acid. That would have been great, but let's see here. So I'm going to get a d10 plus 3, and then also plus 2d6. All right, so it's all of this plus 3. Let me see if there's any special ability that Damiel has here. When you would banish a card that has the alchemical trait for its power, this card does, and we are doing that for its power. You may discard it instead, then you may draw a card. Huh. You may recharge a card that has the alchemical trait to add 1d4 and the acid or poison trait to a combat check by a character location. I have that other card that I could do that with. I don't think I need to do that probably for this check. Maybe. You may recharge or reveal a card to add 1d6 to your check that invokes the acid or poison trait. So this does invoke the acid trait. So I can just reveal a card to add 1d6. If your card has the alchemical trait, you may add another d6. This is the ability that I think of his that I love the most. So, in other words, I can just... Where's my cards here? I don't think I can do this multiple times. I think I can just use this once. So I'm going to reveal this card. I'm both revealing a card that has the alchemical trait. Let's see. Recharge or reveal. Oh, no. Any card I can do that. 1d6. And then if it has the alchemical trait, it does. It adds another d6. So just for revealing that healing potion, I get to add 2 more d6 to this roll. Let's see. Do I have all matching dice colors? I don't think I do. All right. Well, then let's add in 2 black, and then we'll still have at least a little bit of symmetry here. But all of this plus 3. Oh crap! Crap! Do I really want to do that? Here's what I'm thinking about. You've got this overkill thing. During this scenario, if the result of your combat check is greater than 19, bury a random card, then summon and encounter the henchman voices of the spire. This is interesting thematically. You know, you're trying to go make your way through these locations, but you're trying to do it as quietly as possible. So you don't want to make a big ruckus. That's the idea. If you do make a ruckus, voices of the spire are going to come after you. So, here's the question. Can I do this? I'm going to get a minimum of 6 on this. I think if I'm going to get a minimum of 6, this plus 3, then it seems pretty reasonable I'll be able to get an 11. So I am going to not take advantage of that particular ability and just go with this. And we'll see what happens. Come on now. All right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah! Dang it. Man, I really hate that Voices of the Spire trigger. I really hate that. Gosh, and how tough is this Voices of the Spire? I think it gets increased. Yeah, it does. The difficulty to defeat is increased by twice the scenario's adventure deck number, which means it's always going to be a combat check of 14. I mean, neither of my guys are really great at charisma or diplomacy, so one of these shows up. I mean, I did decide that getting an overkill on this, I just house ruled that it's not going to summon another Voices of the Spire, because that just seems crazy. But, but also burying a random card. See, I might have even forgot that the last time I summoned the Voices of the Spire because I had an overkill roll. I might have forgotten to bury a random card. I don't know. That maybe is the worst of it. Dang. Man, this sucks. This sucks. Just give me the freedom to blow my enemies away without punishing me. So this one, at the very least, because it is... Let's see. I put the canteen out. So display this card while displayed when you would banish an item that has the liquid trait, which this does. It's got the liquid trait at the top there. For its power, you may put it on this card instead. You may bury this card to bury all the items on this card. If you have the craft skill, you may draw all the items on this card instead of burying them. And I do, of course, have the craft skill. So rather than take advantage of my natural ability to discard this instead of like banishing it, I am going to put it on the canteen. But now I have 2 damage coming at me. It's a really good thing I have this Potion of Healing. I'm going to be using it very soon. Do I have any other cards that can help me? Jeez. This one I could have done. Recharge this card to add 1d4 to a combat check by a character at your location. That could have been just to hedge my bets a little bit more, but kept me away from overkill. Well, crap. I guess let's discard both of my allies. I don't dare get rid of the only weapon I have left. That really sucks. Damiel is not doing well. And then, insult to injury. I mean, at least it gets banished, but you banish this, and then each character at my location, which is just Damiel, must succeed at a Constitution or Fortitude 6 check or be dealt 1d4 acid damage. Constitution or Fortitude. Constitution or Fortitude. He's got a d8 for Constitution. He does not have the Fortitude stat. So here we go. Gosh, I really don't want to... Is there any way that I can hedge my bets here? Because I got to get a 6 out of a single d8. Let's see here. No, I don't. I just got rid of the only 2 cards that I think could have hedged my bets. So, and Eldrazi isn't going to be able to help me or have any desire to help me. So I just got to hope for a 6 out of this. Oh, thank goodness. It's an 8. Okay. Okay. Yikes, man. Yikes. Okay, so before the end of my turn, I am going to banish my Potion of Healing and choose a character at my location, Damiel, to shuffle 1d4 random cards from his discard pile into his deck. So, yeah, banish means in this instance it's going on my canteen. I roll a 1d4, and I want a big number here. Big number. Big healing potion. Not the freaking HeroQuest duds. 3. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. So, what could I be getting back here? Those shields would be nice. Oh, this buckler, I think... I would love that Scarab buckler. Let me give these a good shuffle. If I get that Scarab buckler back, then that could actually give me more healing capacity. And, you know, I still have the canteen's ability to draw all the cards that are on there, so I do still have some more healing potential. But, man, getting that Scarab buckler, that'd be really cool. All right, so 1, 2, 3. What did we get? No, didn't get the Scarab buckler. Okay, well, and none of these I don't think have any healing capacity. Nope. All right. I mean, still good to have. So this is the end of his turn now. His hand size is 6, so we're going to reset his hand to that. Draw 3 more cards. And a couple of 3 blessings. Those definitely come in really handy. So 3 blessings, and I do have a oh, wait a minute, I did that wrong. Okay, sorry. I guess I'm going to have to reshuffle my deck. I'll put this one back in. I had a Noxious Bomb here that I was not currently holding in my hand, so I shouldn't have drawn quite that many cards. So I put one of the blessings back, and we'll just do a quick reshuffle. And let's see. Okay. That seems fair. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. His hand is reset. We're moving back to Ezrin's turn. I think going forward I'm going to play pretty conservatively with Damiel until I really get him healed better. Now, I mean, he's doing better than he was a moment ago. Only 4 in his discard pile, but still, that's not much better. Okay, so Ezrin. Let's remind us what Curse of Vulnerability is all about. Oh, that's right. He can't reduce... While displayed, you may not reduce acid, cold, electricity, or fire damage dealt to you. If you are dealt 2 or more acid, cold, electricity, or fire damage, banish this card. All right. Do I have any cards to get rid of curses? I think I did at one point and then lost it. Let's see here. Well, this helps me reduce the kind of damage that the curse won't let me reduce. No, that's not going to help. Oh yeah, what's this magic carp again? Recharge this card to evade a bane that has the trigger trait. Then remove all characters at this location together to another location. Interesting. Recharge this card to move all characters at this location together to another location. This power cannot be used during an encounter. Okay. So, I mean, I typically don't like to hang on to evade types of items, at least for Elderast / Ezrin, because I just want to load up my deck as much as possible with stuff that kills so that I don't have to evade. But this would be cool for like a thiefy type character. There's a cool thief class in, I'm not sure, I think the character is in Mummy's Mask as well, but it's like a female roguish thief type thing. And I think I was playing with her in Rise of the Rune Lords when I was doing some of that solo. But yeah, anyway, lots of offensive capability here. Yeah, lots of offensive capability. That's great. Love to see that. And a little bit of defense. Okay. Okay, well, let's see what's going on at the Vault of Hidden Wisdom. Let's see. I gotta remind myself. When you defeat a Bane, you may succeed at a Knowledge or Perception 7 check to explore your location. Okay. All right. Not too bad. Not too bad here. Okay. Oh, crap! Deca and Carrot. This is the villain. So now, defeating the villain at this point, if I'm able, does not mean that I win this scenario. What it will mean is that she will escape to one of these two unclosed locations. Unless Damiel, in the moment of her defeat, is able to temporarily close his location, then she would escape to the ruined temple. So the best I can hope for at this point is to corral her into a location that I know she will be at, so that I can kind of take her on more on my terms. But let's see what we have to do to even accomplish that. Now, she's listed as a barrier. That's interesting. What's her flavor text here? Of course you can have... Oh no, the flavor text is a quote from someone else. Of course you can have an audience with the governor. She has time for you after she dies. So evidently she's hard to get in contact with. I don't know, but she's a barrier, a human cleric aristocrat. So what's the deal here? In order to quote unquote defeat her, get past her, I have to roll an intelligence knowledge of 14 or charisma diplomacy 16. So this is not about combat. This is about reasoning with her, or convincing her to let me pass. What's the flavor text for this scenario? I'm trying to remember what I'm trying to do. I do like to try and bring the theme out when I can. The Great Library of Tefu has stood for more than 1,000 years because... Oh yeah, I'm looking for this ancient papyrus that will give me the name of the forgotten pharaoh, because presumably that will help me track him down and defeat him. I'm not sure why we don't know his name. Maybe there's just some supernatural evidence that a long-dead pharaoh has arisen and is amassing an undead army or something. So maybe there's evidence of this, but in order to track down and defeat him, we got... I mean, because, you know, in Egypt, there's like a bunch of different pyramids, I think. I don't know. I don't know anything of real consequence. But yeah, we just need to round it down. Which one of the pharaohs is it that we need to go hunting for? So yeah, I'm trying to get that information, and presumably she has it, and maybe I'm trying to convince her or reason with her to give it to me. If undefeated, succeeded a Wisdom or 8 Divine check, or suffer the Scourge Curse of Fevered Dreams. Jeez, okay, well, I'm not even going to look at that until I have to deal with it, because that's not going to influence how hard I work to defeat her. I'm going to even overkill if I have to, which I'll probably end up doing. Knowledge, intelligence knowledge, that's totally Ezrin's bag. So his knowledge score is going to be the best. Intelligence, okay, so knowledge for him is D12 plus 2. D12 plus 2. That's still only barely going to allow him to succeed. So, do I have any cards... Oops, wrong set. Any cards that are going to increase that? We're not doing a combat check here. Not doing a perception check. No, okay. But Damiel, I believe, with one of his blessings, can affect any check. Doesn't have to be at the same location. Let's see. That's probably the only... Okay, so yeah, it's going to be one of these blessings. Blessing of Mayat. After a character rolls the dice on any check, discard this card to add or subtract up to 3 from the result. So that's cool because you can wait till after rolling, but 3, if it's a bad enough roll, is not going to make much of a difference. Recharge this card to reduce damage dealt to you by 2. On any non-combat check, that's what we're dealing with here. When a character assembles the dice, discard this card to replace each die with a D8. Well, that's not going to help unless I was using a bunch of smaller dice. After you play this card, if it matches the top card of the blessings discard pile, you may discard any number of cards to allow character location, blah, blah, blah. Alright, so not great. I mean, it's something, but not great. This is the blessing I'll use, because I can only add 1 blessing to this check. Discard this card to add 1 die to a check. Bury this card to add 2 dice to a check to defeat a monster. I don't think she qualifies as a monster. Yeah, she's a barrier. She's a barrier. So the most I can do is play Blessing of Lamashtu to add another D12 to this check. So I am going to do that. Yeah. Not ideal, but okay. So that's going to be 2d12 plus 4. 2d12 plus 4. I need to get a 14 off of this roll. Oh boy. Oh, nice. Got it. Got it. Did I get overkill? 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes, I did get overkill on this. Crap. Alright, so she is going to be defeated, but first I got to deal with Voices of the Spire. And this is going to be a 14. But at least it's a normal combat check. I feel like Elderast is pretty well equipped to deal with that. And we've got 2 Frost Ray. Let's see what Frost Ray can do here. Discard this card to roll your Arcane die, which is D12 plus 2d6. Actually, my Arcane die, I think I have some modifiers on that too. So it's all that plus 3 with the cold trait. So this plus 3, I need to get a 14 out of. Gosh, do I want to get help from Damiel? You know what? Let's do this. Let's hang on to Blessing of Mayat and wait till after the roll to use this lesser ability. I think I'm close enough. I think I'm close enough that I don't need to actually play like recharge or something like that with Blessing of Mayat. So yeah, let's hang on to that for now. This plus 3, want a 14. Ooh, I think I got it. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yep. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Did we get overkill again? Oh, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, Voices of the Spire. Oh, but I had to bury a card. I forgot to bury a card. Because of that overkill thing. Do I have to bury a random card? Dang it, bury a random card. All right. Well, let's see. That super sucks, man. Oh, I did do that before because he lost Toxic Cloud. Wasn't that him that he had to bury that card? Okay. All right, I lost my other copy of Frost Ray, dang it. Oh, jeez. This scenario's tough. This scenario is tough. But that takes care of Voices of the Spire. And now the villain's been defeated. Let's see if Damiel can temporarily close his location. So we look at the... when closing, look, succeed at a Charisma or Diplomacy 9 check. Yeah, he's not going to succeed at that. Charisma or Diplomacy 9. My gosh. He only has a D4 plus 1. I mean, unless... Gosh, do I have anything that Damiel can pull out of his butt to increase his Charisma check? Jeez Louise. I'm not seeing anything here. Okay, so the best we have is Blessing of Mayat. After a character rolls a dice on any checks, I can recharge this. No. Replace... Oh, on any non-combat check, when a character assembles the dice, discard this card to replace each die with a d8. So I could do that, or I could... Well, let's see. If I have 4 plus 1, so that's a minimum of 2. The most I could roll would be a 5. And I need to get a what? I need to get a 9. Gosh. So if I play this, I could just barely make it. I would have to play this and roll a 4 on my d4. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Okay. I mean, I think that's my only potential source of help. So yeah. Well, at least I can wait till at least I can wait till after he makes the attempt. Okay, I'm getting all tangled up here. Let me see if I hang on to this one for Ezrin. 6, 7, 8. Yes, he does. Yes, that goes into that recharges. That's good. So yeah, now Damiel is going to see if he can close his location. Gotta roll a 4 on this d4. Unfreaking believable! Yeah! After all that. Okay, so she gets shuffled into this deck here. So we know that the boss at this point is going to be at the ruined temple. Right? Yeah. Ain't that good news? Alright, so let me shuffle her on in. Whew. So at this point, I don't know. I could go over there and just take both of my guys over there and start working on... gosh. Well, here's the cool thing about defeating a villain is if the villain gets away, and it's not the not the end of the game because the villain gets away, you do get to automatically close the location that you're at. So this is closed. And then I suppose, I think we're doing pretty good on time with how much is left in that Blessings deck. Maybe I'll bring both of my guys over to the Pleasure Barge first and see if we can close out this location first before going after the boss in the ruined temple. That's, I think, what I'm feeling right now. I don't know how long Damiel will last in that kind of endeavor, but I think that's what I'll at least start doing for now and just kind of play it by ear. Okay. Alright, so this location is now closed. Oh, and check this out. When closing, or when permanently closed. See, I don't have to do the when closing thing, but this. On closing, you may succeed at a knowledge or perception 7 check to recharge a card from your discard pile. Oh, but this is Ezrin, right? He doesn't have anything in his discard pile, so that's not really useful. Okay. So, what did we miss? A barrier, caustic fog. What's this? Oh, it's a divine spell. He wouldn't have been able to hang on to that. Another divine spell. A blessing. Kind of a cool looking weapon. A lightning storm barrier, giant crocodile, potion of energy resistance. Oh, that's a basic potion. All right, so great. I don't feel like we really missed out on much there. Okay, so that's the end of Ezrin's turn. I feel like his turns are the ones that are kind of taking the longest. So we go back around to Damiel, who's going to stay at his location. Oh, I forgot I'm supposed to discard a random card for each curse of poisoning next to my deck. So, oops, that's Eldoras' deck. Okay, so let's take care of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He spent one. Okay, so yeah, so I should have had one less card available to me, actually. Maybe the one that I used. Okay, so... Oh, crap! I'm getting rid of that nice weapon. Oh, it's recharge, though. Recharge. So that's good, at least. He doesn't lose health. He just loses some capacity for effectiveness on his turn. All right. Well, I guess we'll just keep exploring. He does have a noxious bomb, so that's good. Yeah, let's see what we got here. Okay, it's a ghoul. Combat check to defeat is 11. The ghoul is immune to the mental and poison traits. If undefeated, end your turn. Okay, so I think I'm maybe up to this guy. Well, no, he's immune to mental and poison. And my noxious bomb is totally a poison thingy. Crap. I should have waited. I didn't realize... well... I couldn't have known. I couldn't have known that he was going to be immune to the poison trait. Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. Recharge this card to add your craft skill and the poison trait to a combat check by character. So that's not going to help either. No help there. Bury this card to add 1d8 to a strength, dexterity, perception check. No, can't use this, and this is almost useless. Is it time already to get my cards back? It might be. I might have to already use the canteen's ability to get these cards back. Let me just refresh my memory on what that allows me to do. So I'm putting cards on it that I would normally banish. You may bury this card to bury all the items on this card. If you have the craft skill, you may draw all the items on this card instead of burying them. So I'm burying this card and then drawing the other cards. And I think that's the way to go. So, yep. So he's not immune to acid. So I have the acid flask back in my hand now. So I'll use that for this attempt. So... And I do get to use my ability, since I don't have access to the canteen anymore. Once I use this, I don't have to banish it. I can discard it, right? And then draw a card. Yeah, okay. Alright, so that's going to be his disable or range skill. We said disable last time, right? D10 plus 3. That definitely seems best. So D10 plus 3 plus 2D6. And then he's going to reveal that poison card, which has the liquid trait, the noxious bomb, whatever it is. That does have a liquid trait, right? It's not made of non-liquid things. Yeah, no, it's got the liquid trait. So then I'm going to add another 2d6. And that could mean overkill. Do I really want to go this far? I didn't go far enough last time. That was the problem. If the Bane invokes the acid trait, it does not. So I'm not going to add another 1d12. So this plus 3... I mean, it could definitely result in overkill. What about if I have this Blessing of Mayat as a backup? Okay, so let's say we're instead going to roll these 3. I could still end up rolling a 22. Well, let's see here. If I get 10 and then 2 6s, that'd be 22... 25 total with my bonuses, with my plus 3 modifier. So just with this alone, I could get a 25. The lowest I could get on this would be 3 plus 3 more is 6. And then if I use this, 7, 8, 9. So the very lowest would be a 9 if I keep this ready in the wings. And that's just 2 below what I need to get to defeat this. So I think that is probably the most sensible way to go. I do have to discard this card, so I'm not thrilled with that, but I think that's the most sensible way to go. So, Acid Flask. It's this plus 3. Need to get an 11. Try to avoid 20. Alright, so 10, 15... 16, 17, 18. That is the perfect kind of roll that I wanted. Absolutely perfect. So great. That takes care of him. And then this gets discarded, but I can now draw a card. So I'll go ahead and do that. What do we got? Hey, another Noxious Bomb. Nice. Now he's got 6 cards in his hand. He's going to have to, because of Curse of Poisoning, recharge one of these randomly, but at least I won't have to discard anything at this point. I don't think I want to race things along by like discarding a card to explore my location. So I think Damiel is done. I think that's the safest way to play this. Yeah, so that's the end of Damiel's turn. And oh, that's right. After resetting my hand, I have to randomly discard or recharge, excuse me, something. P-A-E-T-E-R. Alright. Oh! Dang it! Alright, well, at least it's not being discarded. My potion of healing is gonna come back to me eventually, and probably at the very end of my life. Alright. Well, I'll be recharging things, I guess, as long as I have this poison token. So, alright, so that's that. That's Damiel. Back over to Ezrin. Oh, did I forget to reset his hand? I did. So let me do that now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then draw 2 cards. 6, 7. Yeah. Okay. So he's going to first move over to the Pleasure Barge. So now both of these guys are working together, and that can be both a good and a bad thing. Because they can help each other out in checks against bad cards, but some bad effects of cards affect all heroes at that location. And that could certainly be crappy for me. But nevertheless, Ezrin is going to come to the Pleasure Barge and see... He's going to rub elbows. See who he runs into. He runs into Basif Iosep. Or Basif Iosep. I don't know. You roll the dice and take your pick on that. Charisma Diplomacy 6 to acquire him. I have a D6 plus 1, so it is within the realm of possibility, which is good, because if I fail again, Basif is going to stab me in the back with poison. At the start of your turn... Oh, this is the ability that I get if I get him in my hand. At the start of your turn, recharge this card to draw 2 cards. If either card drawn has the Aspis trait, you may draw an additional card. Interesting. Discard this card to explore your location. So, not super appealing to me, but I do want to succeed at the check, so I don't... what does it say? If you fail to acquire an ally, you're dealt 1d4 poison damage. Oh, and what's the deal with poison? That's right. Poison. When you are dealt poison damage, this is for this whole adventure, not just this scenario, but this whole adventure. When you are dealt poison damage, if that damage is not reduced by at least 1, suffer the Scourge Curse of Poisoning. Great. Fantastic. Alright. Well, jeez. What do I have here that can help me with my charisma roll? Oh, recharge this card to add a die to your charisma or diplomacy non-combat check. That's what this would be. Bury this card to banish a displayed card that has a curse, right? Okay, no. On your charisma or diplomacy check, after you roll, reveal this card to add or subtract 2 from the results. So this, I could have both of these cards kind of in play for this check. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, well, let's go for it. So that's a D6 plus 1. I want a 6. Oh, wait, I'm playing the honest... Yeah, I'm playing Hand of the Honest Man. So I'm recharging that to add a die, which I didn't need to, it turns out, but I did anyway. So I made that call really quick before looking. You guys saw what the die was, but I made that call in honesty to play the what do you call it? The hand thing, the weird mummy hand. So anyway, so use that up. Don't need to use Tablet of the Lost. So I acquire Basif Iosep. Right, great. Well, that's perfect. I just had to recharge a card, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm at my max of 7. I feel like I'm doing okay. I mean, you can kind of see way back here. That's my blessings deck. I feel like I don't need to rush things along by shooting for another exploration this turn. Let's just be cool. Let's just be cool and settle down. Crap. Is there anything I can do to heal? No. All right. Well, we'll go to Damiel's turn. He's got Noxious Bomb, but he's got 2 Noxious Bombs, but that's not necessarily going to help him. But Ezra now is at the location, so even though if he runs into another enemy that's like immune to poison, Ezra is there as a backup, and he can, if Damiel fails, also make a check against whatever Bane is being faced. So, okay, Damiel is going to walk around to the other side of the pleasure barge, see what conversations he can get into and what happens here. He runs into a stained glass elemental. Holy crap. That is an interesting thing to find yourself rubbing elbows with on a pleasure barge. Check to acquire is Charisma, Survival, or Arcane. Well, he's got a D4 plus 1 Charisma. That's not going to get him 9. Survival, I don't think he has Survival. And he does not have Arcane. So he's about to get stabbed in the back by the stained glass elemental. I don't believe that your allies are allowed to help you acquire, can like make an attempt to acquire a boon. I think they can only... That's how I'm going to play it. I'll have to look that up later. I don't want to slow things down now by looking that up. Let's see. So it's Damiel. This is all him. He's gonna have to do this. It's a charisma check. Craft skill of point. That only helps combat checks. Blessing of Mayat. I could still bring this into play. I don't know if that's gonna help at all though. Oh, it could. It could if I roll a 4. If I roll a 4, it could help me get what I need. No, it does not help with charisma. Gosh. What do we got here? No, that's not going to help. On your charisma or diplomacy, that's not going to help. It's not a barrier. Your intelligence or wisdom, no. Yeah, predictably. Ezrin has nothing that can help. This magic carpet can help you avoid a bane, but an ally isn't a bane. It just feels like a bane because if I don't acquire it, I'm going to get poisoned. Okay, so Damiel's just going to do his best. He's just going to do his best. Did I... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, I must have. Okay. Wanted to make sure that I got rid of the card or recharged the card I was supposed to. Here we go. Need a 4. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe it. So, I'm playing the Blessing of Mayat. Now I'm suddenly wondering if I played this earlier and just forgot to discard it. Oh well, if I cheated, I cheated. Okay, so great. I mean, not so great because he has to discard it. That still sucks, but at least he acquires this guy. And, wait, did I acquire it? Hang on a second. D4 plus 1, 5. It only adds 3. It only adds 3 and I need a 9. Why did I think that that would actually be able to get me what I needed to have? 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? Dang it. Okay, so never mind. I should have tried replacing it with a D8. Oh well, at least I'm not discarding something, but I'm getting freaking poisoned. That's is it a 1d4? At this location, 1d4 poison damage. Jeez. Rolled a 2. So, Okay, well, I can discard this now to reduce damage dealt to me by 2, which means I don't have to deal with the scourge of poisoning. So there's that at least. And the stained glass elemental, who didn't make sense for me to be trying to have a conversation with anyway, moves on with his life, and I move on with mine. Ugh. Alright, so let's reset my hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I need 2 more cards. 5, 6. One of them gets randomly recharged. I lose a blessing. Well, it'll come back around. And that's the end of Damiel's turn. Alright. What are we going to do here? Elder asked. Let's find out. Hey! This is identical to the blessing that Damiel just lost. So let's see. Discard this card to add 1 die to a check. Bury this card to add 2 dice to a check to defeat a monster. So this is a nice one to have. Intelligence, Arcane, Divine. Oh, he can almost certainly get this. He won't be able to keep it because it has the Divine ability. He won't be able to keep it after this game for the next scenario, but he'll be able to have it in his deck for now. Gosh, it would be nice. Well, it'd be nice to have in my hand to help Damiel out. He is just... Damiel's not doing well. Damiel is not doing well. I might have to start skipping some of his turns if I feel like I have the time. You know what? Maybe we should head on over to that ruined temple and just hope that we can defeat the boss. I don't know. I don't know. Alright. Well, let's acquire this for now. His arcane skill is D12 plus 3. So, pretty good chance that he's going to get this. Yeah. Alright, so that's in his hand. And, gosh, should I use... Maybe I'll use Basif Yosep. I have to lose a card anyway. I have more than my max. So let's actually discard my ally here to explore the location again. And, oh, it's a blessing. Okay. Check to acquire Divine 6, which he can't do, or Constitution Fortitude 10. Which he can't do either. So he's just going to fail to acquire this. But that doesn't hurt him. It's not an ally. He just doesn't get it. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should we stay here? Should we stay here? How many cards are left about? 4 cards left. 4 cards left. And how many are left in... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His... Damiel's hand size is 6, and so if he gets hurt bad enough, he will die because he won't be able to fill up his hand. Is it time to move on? I would just hate to go to the ruined temple and get all the way to the bottom and what's-her-face to escape. Because that, if that happened, it would be game over. If I go this route, I feel like I might lose Damiel, but maybe Ezrin could win the day by himself. On the other hand, if I go to the ruined temple and she does escape, there's only 4 cards left in here. And so I would be able to find her pretty quickly. I think we're going to make our move to the ruined temple. So, Ezrin can't move there yet. He's just finishing up his turn. So let's finish up his turn, reset his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he's good. Now Damiel's turn. First thing he'll do is move to the ruined temple. Let's remind myself of the special rules here. When you play a card that has the divine trait, bury it. Jeez. Seems kind of brutal. When closing, bury a blessing. So I need to have a blessing in reserve. Well, no, because I'm going to fight the villain. And if I lose, I can't close the location, and if I win, I'll automatically close it. I won't even have to do this. When permanently closed, on closing, you may banish a card that has the curse trait next to the deck of a character at this location, or draw a blessing from the box. That's cool. Okay, so nothing really to worry about except for if you play a card that has the divine trait, bury it. That sucks. I assume that it can still, its effects will still play out, but because it says when you play, well, it says when you play, not after you play. No, I'm going to assume that it means after the card has its effects, then you bury it. Because otherwise I feel like they would say, instead of playing a card that has the divine trait, bury it. Alright. Okay, so Damiel, do we want to explore? Do we want to explore? I don't know. I don't know, Damiel. I don't know. Let's see. If I got into a bind... I'm just nervous now of running into something that's immune to poison. Because that is really his thing. That's maybe a reason to get rid of one of these noxious bombs the next chance I have and swap it out for something like another acid thing. Or maybe I've just been running into... I don't know what the odds really are of me running into creatures immune to poison versus creatures immune to acid. So I don't think it would be against the rules for me to, you know, go through the deck and look, but... Let's bide your time. Let's wait. I think we've got enough time. Let's not make use of an exploration this turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got a hand size of 6. Why do I only have 5? Oh, that's because of the reset thing. Okay. So, yeah, so we'll end the turn. We'll reset our hand, draw a card. Now one of these is going to be randomly, what do you call it? Recharged. P-A-E-T-E-R. Let's add my middle name. S-E-T-H. A little bit of trivia there for you. What did we lose? Black Kiss. Okay, so she just goes to the bottom of my deck. All right. Well, we are moving that healing potion up, little by little. So I don't mind that. But that's the end of Damiel's turn. Now we're back over to Ezran/Elderast, who is going to move over to the ruined temple and explore. What are we going to find creeping around in this dusty old place? We're going to run into a Death Hound first. 2 combat checks, 7 and then 7 again. If the results of both checks to defeat are greater than 11, you may banish a scourge displayed next to your deck. Well, that's cool. If not, suffer the scourge, Curse of Vulnerability. So I need to... Man, they're really asking for a sweet spot. To avoid the problem of this card, I need to get over an 11. To avoid Voices of the Spire, I need to be under 20. That sucks. That sucks a lot. Alright, after you succeed at a Constitution or Fortitude 8 check, or discard a card. Oh, jeez, this sucks. This sucks. Okay, so either way, win or lose... Constitution Fortitude, he's got a D8 for that, so he's almost certainly going to be discarding a card. Alright, well, that's not too bad for Ezran. Let's see what we have for these 2 checks here that can do well but not overkill. Alright, looks like I have... Let's see, what's this? For your combat check, reveal this card, the Spear of the Watchful Guardian, to use your strength or melee skill plus 1d6 plus 1. You may additionally recharge this card to add 1d6. If you would fail this check, you may discard this card to re-roll the dice. Take the new results. So this is a great card, actually. I mean, he's not a melee guy, but all I have to do is reveal it and recharge it. I mean, so let me start assembling my dice here and get a sense of this. Now, my strength is crap. It's going to be strength or melee. It's going to have to be strength. I mean, he doesn't have the melee ability, so that's a d4. Plus 1d6 plus 1. So it's this plus 1 so far. You may additionally recharge this card, which I will, to add 1d6. So I have to get an 11 out of this plus 1. Which I think is very possible. And if you would fail this check, you may discard this card to re-roll the dice and take the new result. I think I can do both that and the recharge thing. I'm not sure. I'm going to say that I can. That's probably cheating. But that's what I want to do, and I'm playing solo. So nobody's going to stop me. One of the great advantages to playing games solo is you're just playing with your toys. Unless you're in it for some strange pursuit of establishing your self-worth through your skill at games about wizards and monsters, then there shouldn't be a problem with doing what you want to do. Here we go. Wow. That's a great roll. And did I avoid overkill? Let's see here. 17. No. That is the sweet spot, baby. Yeah. Now, that's just the first roll. But it was a reveal, remember? So I can use this again, actually. I can do that whole thing again. Now, that was an awesome roll. I mean, that was the sweet spot roll is a 17. I don't know if I can do that again. But I didn't have to use that reroll thing, which I might take advantage of the second time around. So let's see what we can do here. Oh, that was significantly worse. So I think I am looking at a reroll here. Yeah, 4 plus 1 is 5. It's not too far shy, but it is definitely shy. Okay, this ought to do it. Yep. But I don't think I hit the 11 that I needed to hit. 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So I have to suffer the Scourge Curse of Vulnerability. Oh, but that's cool. Look at this. Look at this. So I'm about to put... I can't suffer it twice. If you already have Curse of Vulnerability displayed, banish this card. So I would just take one out, put it down, and then banish the one that was there before. So, great, actually. Great. But I do have to discard the Spear of the Watchful Guardian. That was cool. I need to remember that that's better than I think it is at a glance. So that takes care of the Death Hound. But after you act, succeed at a Constitution or Fortitude 8 check or discard a card. Do I have anything that can help me? I don't want to get rid of my Blessing. Constitution, Fortitude. It's going to be a Constitution check. I don't think I do. What's this? No. Yeah, nope. Nope. Okay, so I'm just pretty much almost certainly going to fail at this. Constitution, that's a D8, and I have to get an 8 in order to succeed at this. Good gravy. Oh my gosh! Unfreaking believable! Yeah! Oh! Wowzer. Wowzer. Okay. I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to move on with life. And be grateful. So that's the end of Ezran's turn. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got to draw one more card to reset. 7. Hand of the Guilty Man. Bury this card to allow a character at your location to banish a displayed card that has the Curse trait. Cool. After playing this card, you may succeed at a Wisdom or Divine 8 check to recharge this card instead. That's probably not going to happen. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Back to Damiel. Now, Damiel, I think, at this point, is willing with Ezran at his side to mingle a little bit. He's got his wingman with him. Now, Ezran, also known as Elderast, is probably, you know, in most circumstances, going to do more harm than good as a wingman. Nevertheless, here we go. A spell! Oh, crap. Well, oh, but it's arcane. Oh, that's right. I looked at this spell. I remember looking at this, and It's a neat spell, but I don't think I'd want to add it to Eldarast's deck. I mean, I could try, for Eldarast's sake, try to acquire it now and then give it to him after the quest. Let's look at the power here. Discard this card to add 1d10 to a check by a character at your location to defeat a monster that invokes the acid, cold, electricity, elemental, fire, or poison trait. So the monster has to invoke one of those traits. It can't be just my spell that's invoking it. It has to be the monster invoking. I mean, the chances are still pretty decent. A lot of monsters invoke at least one of those. Discard this card to add 3 dice to a check by a character at your location to acquire... And this could be for yourself, too. It doesn't have to be, you know, a character other than Eldarast. Discard this card to add 3 dice to a check by a character at your location to acquire an ally that has the acid, cold, electricity, elemental, or poison trait. That's interesting. After playing this card, if you do not have either the arcane or divine skill, banish it. Otherwise, you may succeed at an arcane or divine check 13. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Intelligence, arcane, wisdom, divine. What does Damiel have in those respects? No arcane. He's got a d6 plus 2. That's not going to be enough to get this in wisdom. His intelligence is pretty good. He's got a d10 plus 2. So it's within the realm of possibility that he could get this. So we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. And then if I get it, then at least Eldarast has the option. In fact, I mean, while we're at the same location, I can actually give this card to Eldarast. But frankly, any cards I acquire, I want to keep in Eldarast's deck. Because even if this card isn't useful to him, if it gets recharged, then it's kind of part of his health pool. 7 plus 2 is not enough. Oh well. Okay, so that goes back into the box. And that's all that Damiel's going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's going to draw and then recharge something. So I got a blessing. Gosh, even when I do get around to that healing potion, I could just as easily end up immediately recharging it, which would suck. S-E-T-H. Okay. So, we lose this blessing, or it gets recharged. And that's all for Damiel. Back over to Ezran / Eldarast. How are we doing? I mean, are we... I want to make sure that, like, that villain could pop up at any time now. Okay, good. I've got a lightning bolt. Clinging venom is okay, but that lightning bolt is... Oh, crap, but no, she's like a, It's not even combat with her. It's like intelligence or charisma or something. Well, both of these guys have good intelligence. So, okay, so I feel like... And we've got a blessing there, which, remember, we don't need that blessing for this thing. So I think that we're well equipped to run into her. Camouflaged pit trap. It's probably not camouflaged in the way that the picture indicates on this pleasure barge. But nevertheless, these guys are nasty. Bunch of nasty aristocrats. That anybody could fall into that. So that's the move on the part of an aristocrat to just kind of like take out anybody. Let's just reduce the number of players in the field as I'm doing my social maneuverings. Check to defeat is wisdom or perception 6 or dexterity acrobatics. That's not going to be Eldarast. Of 7. Wisdom or perception. He's got a d8 plus 2 for wisdom, and I might even have a card that can help me out with that. Let's see. If undefeated, each character at your location is dealt 1d4 combat damage, then end your turn. If defeated, you may explore your location. Man, it'd be great if I could defeat this thing. So we're going to be working with wisdom, which again, he starts out with a d8 plus 2. I might have seen something here that can help me with wisdom checks. Oh, let's see. After playing this card, you may succeed at a wisdom or... Oh, no. That's to recharge it. What am I thinking? So I could use this blessing to add 1 die to the check. Charisma or diplomacy? No. Oh, this is a barrier. Recharge this card to add 3 to your check to defeat a barrier. Yeah, I'm not acquiring an item. So, Tablet of Languages Lost. This might be it. I think I have to do that before rolling the dice, too. So, there's that. Yeah, so these are the only cards that are really going to help me. So, is it worth it? Is it worth it? I don't know that it is. I mean, I've already got a D8. Where's that D8? Did I get one out? Oh, here it is. So, I've already got a D8 plus 2. So, I'm going to roll a minimum of 3. And then if I use this, I can add 3 to my check to defeat this barrier, and I'm guaranteed success. So let's just do that, and then we'll have guaranteed success. And it's just recharging the card too, so that's really cool. So I don't even have to roll for that. So that is auto success, and I can explore my location. So let's do it, Elderast. An amulet. Interesting. Oh, it's got healing capability. Recharge this card to reduce all damage dealt to you by 2. If it is acid, cold, electricity, or fire damage, you may then recharge a random card from your discard pile. That's kind of cool. I'll at least try to get my hands on it. Constitution Fortitude 4. He's got a D8 in Constitution. Or Wisdom 7. Also has a D8 plus 2. So I think my odds are probably better going for the Constitution roll. Be nice if I had a modifier. D8. Try to get a 4 out of a D8. So it's at least, what, a 50-50 shot, right? Anything that can help me with a Constitution roll or to get my hands on a item or something. I mean, I could use this blessing that I ended up not using last time, but I think I want to hang on to that. It's not that important to me to get this item. That's reducing damage. That's escaping. Display card has the curse trait. No, okay, we're just gonna go for it. We'll just go for the D8. Try to get a 4. Nope. Okay, so long, Jinn favor amulet. There we go. So that's the end, I think, of his turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I just need to draw one more card to get up to 7. Ooh, nice. Game of Afterlife. That's a nice card. All right, so now we're back to Damiel's turn. All right. Okay. I think I do want to explore. I mean, I think he's got Elderast, and he's got a couple of blessings. Yes. I think we're up to this. Let's explore, Damiel. Ally! Oh, wait, we're not at the barge. So not getting this guy is not a big deal. But I do have to remember this one. When you play a card that has the divine trait, bury it. I don't think I've done that yet. Unless, did I play Blessing of Mayat at this location? I can't remember if I did or not. Or, yeah, okay. Well, whatever. We'll let it go for now. Okay, so it's a dredge. I don't know what that means. He's a rogue of some kind. Oh, he has the Aspis trait. That's interesting. When you would encounter a boon, recharge this card to exchange that boon with a random boon of the same type from the box and encounter that boon instead. So if I don't like a boon and I want to chance at something else that I might like more, I can recharge this card. Interesting. But that's just if I get my hands on it. Charisma Diplomacy 8. Oh, I can also use it to explore locations, so that's handy. Charisma Diplomacy 8. Damiel. What do you got? You can't get this card. So D4 plus 1 is the best you could hope for. That's all right. I don't need it that badly. I'm just going to let him go. And then I think we're going to say that's the end of Damiel's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah. So I need to draw and then... Ooh, there's that weapon again. Okay, well, let's see. I'll probably lose it. F, R, A-N-D-S-E-N. There it goes. Oh, that sucks. Oh well. Okay, so that's the end of Damiel's turn. Back over to Eldarast's turn. I'm feeling good. We got enough in this Blessings deck, probably to get through this entire deck, and maybe even, if we need to, back the Pleasure Barge if the villain gets away. So I think we're doing good on time. I just gotta keep Damiel alive. Dang it! He's got how many cards in his deck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in his deck. Jeez, I really hope I can get my hands on that healing potion and use it, roll a big number. I'd feel better if I could do that. Alright. So, Eldarast. Make your move. Here we go. Blessing. Alright. Well, Dexterity Disable 6 or Divine 5. He's not going to be able to get either of those. Yeah. So we got to let that Blessing go. Bummer. Boy, and just like that, his turn is over. Alright, that's okay. That's okay, that's okay. That's okay. We don't gotta... Don't rush into things. Back over to Damiel. Here we go. Blessing! Wow. Divine 6 or Constitution Fortitude 10. Divine... He's got a D8 for Constitution. He doesn't have Divine. So he can't get this. So we let this one go too. Alright. So now he's got to draw. There's that potion of healing. Oh, man. Alright, let's shuffle it up good. I really do not want to recharge that card. I really don't. Alright, let's do... I like Green Lantern. Let's do Green Lantern this time. So, GREENLANTERN. Yes, okay, he's got it. He's got it in his hand, and he's going to use it first thing on his next turn. Good gravy. Good gravy. Okay, back to Eldarast. Oh, we got to be getting close to this villain. What's up? Ooh! Oh! Yeah! Volcanic Storm. This I haven't even read this, and I'm like, this has Eldarast written all over it. I must have this card. Okay, check to acquire is well, he's going to use Arcane. Arcane is D12 plus 3. I'm going to do everything in my power to get this card. What? Unless it's terrible. Let's see. For your combat check, discard this card to use your Arcane or Divine skill plus 3d6. Oh. If you would fail this check against a monster, you may evade it instead. Oh my gosh! I love this! I love this! Rain down fire! Oh. After playing this card, if you do not have either the Arcane or Divine skill, banish it. Otherwise, you may succeed in an Arcane or Divine 13 check to recharge this card instead of discarding it. I must have this card. I must have this card. What can we do to improve my odds of getting this card? If we fail this quest from running out of time, but Eldarast acquires Volcanic Storm, it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. Man, I love this game. All right, so Arcane D12 plus 3. Is it plus 3? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong character sheet. Yeah, D12 plus 3, and I need to get an 11 out of that. So what can I do here? What can I do? Bury this card to banish a displaying card that has a cursor. When you would fail a check, bury this card to re-roll 1 die, take the new result. Yeah, so this... I'll keep this waiting in the wings, for sure. Blessing of Lamashtu. Discard this card to add 1 die to a check. Yes, absolutely. Anything else? Anything else? No? Okay, what do you got, Damiel? It's in your best interest to help Elderast achieve all his goals. Well, I could use this Potion of Healing card anytime. Doesn't even have to be on my turn. D8 to add 1d8 to Strength, Dexterity, or Perception to a character's check at your location. That's not going to help him. Oh, he's got a Blessing here. Discard this card to add 1 die in the fire trait to any check. 2 dice to any Strength non-combat check. That's not what this is. 2 dice to any check that invokes the fire trait. Oh! The Volcanic Storm has fire! This check invokes the fire trait. So we can only play 1 blessing. So this is absolutely the blessing we are going to play. So Elderast, you can hang on to this blessing. Damiel has got your back. So that means we're going to add 2d12 to this check. That's beautiful. 2d12 plus the modifiers, because that's my house rule on this. So it's this plus 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't even have to roll. Overkill doesn't matter anyway. Elderast has acquired the Volcanic Storm spell. Oh. I love it. Let's see here. After you play this card, if it matches the top card of the blessings, no, it doesn't. So we are just discarding it. Oh, that is sad because Damiel needs to play that healing card right now. So this goes into Elderast's hand, which might mean he has to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so he should try to use a card to explore if he can. Otherwise, he's just going to be discarding a card. But before we do that, even though it's not his turn, I am going to have Damiel use this Potion of Healing. Banish this card and choose a character at your location, Damiel, to shuffle 1d4 random cards from his discard pile into his deck. But discarding, he doesn't discard potions. What do you call it? He discards them, not banishes them. And then he can draw a card even. So, do I want to draw a card? I mean, I guess so. Well, let's see. His hand size is what? 6? We're not going to draw a card. But we will use the Healing Potions ability. We'll roll. A 3 at least would be great. A 4? Well, a 3 would be great. 3 would be great. Just 1. Okay. All right. Watch, I get the Potion of Healing back. All right. So, let's shuffle this deck up good. The Potion of Healing, actually getting that back would be fantastic, because then I just get another shot at using it. Gosh, I've got enough here that I could do a really crude riffle shuffle. If I focus. Yeah, that was pretty good. Alright. And now let's do let's do Pathfinder. Pathfinder. Blessing of Ra. Okay, so that goes in my hand. Sadly, that Potion of Healing is gone. It's not his turn, so he didn't have to do anything else yet at this point. Elderast is going to explore again. I'm pretty sure he has a card that'll let him. I could use the Blessing to do that. That might be the only one that'll let me do that. Yeah, so we will go ahead and discard this Blessing to explore the location again. But I'm thinking any moment now we're going to be facing this this boss. Oh, crap. I'd rather not be fighting a henchman before having to fight the boss. At least it's a regular combat thing, so we won't have to use the same kinds of cards and abilities. So, let's see here. Check to defeat, if we do combat, is 18, or 14 if we go with knowledge, diplomacy, or divine. Now, Elderast's knowledge is pretty good. He's got a d12 plus 2 in knowledge. but his combat is outstanding at this point, especially with the Volcanic Storm! When you examine this card... Oh, I'm not examining it. All damage dealt by Thelatos is mental damage that may not be reduced. That sucks. If defeated, you may immediately attempt to close the location this henchman came from. Yeah, I'm not going to do that because the villain is right on the heels of this thing. Okay. So I think we're going to go with a combat check. Unless I really have something that can help with my... Well, no, because I might when I run into the villain, one of the things I can use is knowledge to defeat her. And so I don't want to use any cards that are going to help with a knowledge check right now because I'm going to want them later. So this is about the perfect time to use Volcanic Storm. I mean, I've also got Lightning Bolt, but this henchman is likely the most difficult physical check I'm going to have. And even after defeating him, I'm almost certainly going to overkill. It'd be very... I mean, to beat this guy, I need to get an 18, and I will overkill on a 20 or higher. So I'm almost certainly going to be fighting Voices of the Spire after I fight this thing. Okay. But Lightning Bolt should be enough for Voices of the Spire, so I am going to go with Volcanic Storm here to defeat this. I need an 18 or better. And I'm using my Arcane die plus 3d6. That's beautiful. If you would fail this check against a monster, and it is classified as a monster even though it's also a henchman, you may evade it instead, which would shuffle it back into the deck. That's kind of cool. I mean, we might just encounter it. With so few cards in the deck, we might just end up encountering it again right away, but there's still a chance we could not and get the villain instead. So this is a really great card. I might not even feel the need to... I don't know if I even feel the need to play any other cards to help with this check. So yeah, we got this plus, what is it, 3? Arcane, D12 plus, D12 plus 3. Okay. Gosh. Yeah, let's go for it. Actually, wait. Let me just see. Do I have any cards that will help with a combat check at this point? I mean, I can always use this when you would fail a check, bury this card to reroll 1 die. Really want to save that. No. Okay, here we go. It's just a straight up roll. Plus 3. We need an 18. Oh, that looks very promising. Probably overkill. Yeah, certainly overkill. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So, Thelatos is taken care of, but we are facing Voices of the Spire right now. If defeated, you may immediately attempt to close the location this henchman came from. I want to look at the rules for closing locations, because there might be some advantage to closing it. If there's... let's see here. Closing a location. Okay, when you have if you succeed at meeting the when closing requirement, search the location deck for villains. If you find any, banish all non-villain cards from the location deck. The location is not closed, but at least you know where the villains are. If you would banish any cohorts this way, you may encounter them instead. So, yeah, there is actually some benefit to closing this location at this point. I still have to... I don't want to forget, I still have to face Voices of the Spire, I'm pretty sure. Although Thelatos, what does it say here? Immediately. You may immediately attempt to close this location. Let's see, what does this say? What does this deal say? Then summon and encounter the henchman Voices of the Spire. Oh, I have to bury a random card. Dang it! Oh, and I think this technically happens first. If the result of your combat check is greater than 19, bury a random card, then summon and encounter the henchman Voices of the Spire. So I think actually fighting Voices of the Spire technically happens before Thelatos takes its deadly damage and goes away. So let's do that. So I need to bury a random card. Oh, that sucks. Please don't lose something that's going to be useful against the final boss. Because I'm about to encounter her, I think. Alright, so what do we got left? Let's do, for first name again. P-A-E-T-E-R Barry. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I'd actually rather have to bury this than most of the other cards that were in my hand. Alright, now we face Voices of the Spire. And we'll use Lightning to do a combat thing on this guy. Lightning Bolt. Oh, beautiful. Oh, let's, since we finished this check here, I gotta roll to see if I hang on to this. So this +3, I don't. So that does get discarded. Slight bummer, but I don't think I'm gonna need it anyway. Lightning Bolt. Discard this card to Arcane, so that's D12, +3d6. So it's this +3. So that's a minimum of 7. That should be plenty, because I only... Oh, wait, no. I have to get a 14. I think my odds are still pretty good. But at this point, I wouldn't mind hedging my bet a little bit if I can, because I do not want to take damage right now. No, I want to hang on to Game of the Afterlife. That's just way too cool. Is there anything... Poor Damiel. Is there anything he can do? I mean, all he's got is this blessing, which I'd kind of like to save for the final boss. You know what? If I take damage from Voices of the Spire... let's see. If defeated by a combat check or undefeated, suffer the Scourge Curse of Vulnerability. He already has that, so that's not a concern. And if defeated... Okay, so all I'm dealing with is damage if I fail on this roll. No other negative effects. And if I do fail on this roll, I don't think it'll be by much. And so I think I could deal with... I think I could... Yeah, I've got plenty in my deck. I got plenty in my deck to suffer damage with. So let's just play this... This +3, I need a 14, here we go. Oh yeah, yep, totally got that, and I don't even have to count and check on overkill. So that takes care of Voices of the Spire for now. Thelatos is defeated. Now I can attempt to close this location by burying a blessing, which I think either of these guys can actually do. But there's only 2 cards left now. Is it even worth it just to be able to fight the villain as the next thing that I do at this location? I don't think so. So I'm not going to close this location. I'm just going to end Eldorast's turn at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 more to reset. 6, 7. And done. So now we're back to Damiel's turn. Gosh, Damiel. Is there any potential to heal here? Oh, whoops, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's my deck, not my hand. You know I'm in rough shape when I have so few cards in my deck that I can confuse them with my hand. No healing here, and just 2 noxious bombs. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's not doing anything. He's gonna recharge. He's gonna reset. He's got a hand size of what, 6? So you got 4 cards. So draw 2 more. 1 and 2. Then we're gonna recharge 1. Let's see. Solo. S-O-O-L-O. Recharging Blessing of Ra. Okay. I think I have another blessing in my hand. Yes, I do. Okay. So I can help Eldorast out as he fights the boss. I think that's what I'm doing from this point on. I'm just skipping. I'm not going to have Damiel do anything. We're just going to have Eldorast do the exploring, and then Damiel can help out when it's time to fight the boss. Okay, so then it's Eldarast's turn. Let's see what we are dealing with. 50-50 chance it's the villain. It is not. Oh, but this could be cool. Alchemist's suit. That just sounds like something that we want to get for Damiel if we can. It's got the alchemical thing. I want this. Oh, man, I want this almost as bad as I wanted that volcanic spell. Check to acquire is Constitution, Fortitude, Intelligence, and Craft. So Ezra has a really good shot of getting this. Discard this card to reduce acid, cold, combat, electricity, or poison damage dealt to you by 3. That's nice. But you have to discard. That sucks. Then you may search your deck for a card that has the alchemical trait and draw it. That is awesome. That is awesome. I could get that healing potion in my hand with this card. Oh my gosh. I could actually do that not just in the future, but during this game. If Eldarast can acquire this, we've got time with the Blessings deck. We totally have time. I've got to get this card. Okay. And then if proficient with light armors, which Damiel is, bury this card to reduce acid, cold, combat, or electricity damage dealt to you to 0. That's much better. You may succeed at an intelligence or craft 9 check to recharge this card instead. That is cool. That's cool. Now this is cool. Also, Damiel has the ability, when you would banish a card that has the alchemical trait for its power, this has the alchemical trait, I'd be using its power, you may discard it instead and then may draw a card. So I don't even have to, to use this this better ability. I don't even have to risk... Oh, no, that's burying it to reduce that. There's no threat of banishing it, so it actually doesn't get triggered by that ability. Okay, all right. This is still great, though, man. I want it. So I need to boost my intelligence check as much as it'll go. Currently, Ezrin's intelligence would be a D12 plus 1. And I need to get a 7 off of that. So that's already a good start, but I want to seal the deal. Let's see, what's this Mask of the Forgotten Pharaoh? Reveal this card to add 1 to your intelligence or wisdom check. If you have a roll card, I don't. Add 2 instead. Recharge this card to add a die to your check that invokes the undead trait. Okay, no, this does not. Recharge this card to reduce poison damage dealt to you by 2. Recharge this card to banish a card that has the curse. Okay, so reveal this card to add 1 to your intelligence or wisdom check. So already, just revealing that card, I get another D12 plus modifier. So that's going to be 2D12 plus 2. So that's already a base of 4, a minimum of 4. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. But can we do anything else? Because I really want this. I really want this. Bury this card to allow a character location. No, that's not going to help. Well, there's Game of the Afterlife, or Game of Afterlife. But I'd really like to save that for the boss. Dang it. I'd really like to... I mean, I guess it's when I would fail a check, so I could just kind of roll and see how I feel after looking at a failed die roll. Damiel, he's got this blessing that could help. And I almost kind of feel like Damiel should kind of play his part to get this thing that's for him, even though Eldarast didn't play any part to get the volcanic thing other than roll. No, that's not going to help. That is not going to help. So just this blessing. Just this blessing. Gosh. Just this blessing. I mean, I've got enough cards Yeah, I've got enough cards. Let's play the Blessing. Let's play the Blessing. Because he can't take damage from this, and he's got enough cards in his deck to just, replace this one and then face the villain. So we're going to play the Blessing, and we're going to add an additional die to the check, and I think that will seal the deal. I think that I may not even have to roll if I'm using 3d12. Am I out of d12s? I'm going to have to... Okay, let me go grab my dice bag. It won't be a matching d12. That's a little disappointing. Let's see. I've always liked this set. Years ago when I was playing the DC Heroes RPG, I started using these black and I think they're called Recon dice is the name. I don't know why they're called that, but I like these green and black speckled dice. And I used to just have 2d10s for playing DC Heroes, but as I branched out in later years to play other types of games, I started buying more and more of that same pattern. Let's see. Pathfinder comes with these very kind of generic blue colored dice I'm not a big fan of. So I'd rather not roll one of those if I don't have to. Well, this one's okay. This one's okay. I guess I don't have one of my translucent green gel ones. I used to get the green ones a lot because I like Green Lantern, and these translucent ones always reminded me of like Green Lantern constructs. But I think that's maybe the best I can do is that one there. Huh. I gotta up my game in my dice collection. I gotta up my game to get some more D12s. Oh, wait. How did I miss that? How did I miss that? Look at that. It's beautiful. Am I trying? Did I need more than 3? I don't think I did. It's like D12, and then we added 1 with this, and then we're revealing... Oh, no, we do need a total of 4, because Mask of the Forgotten Fair, we reveal that to add 1. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. And then discard this card to add 1 die to a check. Okay. I thought one of these added 2. I think I had to have a roll card to add 2 instead. Yeah, okay. So we got 3. 3 total plus... this is is this straight up intelligence? What's the check on this? Intelligence. So it's this plus 3. So already that takes me to 6. I just need one of these to be more than a 1. And we got it. Okay. Beautiful. What a beautiful thing. And I think I have to be at the beginning of my turn in order to give that card to, what's his dude? Let's see here. All I had to do was reveal that one. That's beautiful. This one does get discarded. That's kind of sad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have to get rid of one of these. If we had a ways to go, I would just get rid of this one and give it to him at the beginning of the next quest, but I'd like to get it to Damiel right now. So, let's see here. Recharge this card to add 1d6 to your Arcane or Divine check. Discard this card to explore your location. I think this is probably the least useful one from here to the end of the quest, or the mission. So we'll discard that and end the turn. Okay, and now Damiel. Damiel's just going to stay put. He's just going to do his required recharging or whatever. So there we go, and there we go, and now he's going to have to ditch something here. Let's do card games. C A R D G A M E. Okay, we lose this ally. Recharge. Only 3 cards in Damiel's deck. So, but at least this villain I don't think does any damage. So I think he's unlikely to die here. He's just close. So that is the... that's the end of his turn. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So we're good. So now we go back to Ezrin's turn, / Elderast. And before he explores, he's going to give the alchemist suit to Damiel, who won't have to discard anything. Well, he will on his next turn, but let me see here. What does this say? Can I use this ability now? Discard this card to reduce blah, 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 blah. Then you may search your... Oh, crap. Okay, so it has to be in the context of receiving damage. I didn't think about that carefully enough. Discard this card to reduce acid, cold, combat, electricity, or poison damage dealt to you by 3. We're not going to be facing that situation against the... whatever the lady is that we got to go up against, because she's not going to be doing damage. Yeah. Oh, well. Okay. Well, he still gave it to him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do we want to wait? Do we want to wait and have a full complement of cards at my disposal, or do I have enough now for this? This is going to add 1 to my intelligence. This will let me re-roll. Maybe I do. Maybe I do want to go another round here. What might Damiel lose? Well, he might, in the process of his reset and recharging, lose this blessing, which is the one card he has that I think can be helpful to Elderast. So do I want to risk losing that at this point? So it's kind of like... I should probably just go now, because here I know something I have that's going to be helpful. And with Elderast's deck, it's just the possibility of gaining something that could help me. So Elderast is going to go. He's going to explore. Here we go. There she is. Decca on Carrot. The human cleric aristocrat. And we're going to use intelligence and knowledge. Or specifically knowledge. Do we want to go knowledge on this? Because my knowledge is a d12 plus 2. But I think maybe it has to be an intelligence check. Yeah, I think it has to be an intelligence check to take advantage of this Mask of the Forgotten Pharaoh. Unless knowledge is considered a subcategory of intelligence. I'm not confident that it is. So rather than look that up, I'm just going to assume that this has to be used on a straight intelligence check. So I'm going to reveal it. And that's going to already bring him up to 2d12 plus 2 for this check. This check does not invoke the undead trait. So that's the most I can do is just reveal. And then I've got Game of Afterlife, which will be handy if I fail the roll. Yeah, so that's all Elderast can do. I haven't looked at Elderast's powers. Let me check and see if he has any... No, not really. Just stuff that's gonna mostly help him attack. Okay. So then what might Damiel have? Well, I know he's got that blessing. So here, let's put her up here, and then we'll add together the cards we're going to use on her. So here's Damiel's blessing. So that is going to add another this plus 1. So, and that's all that he can do. We've got that reroll, and that's only going to allow me to reroll 1 of the dice. If it let me reroll the whole thing, I'd have almost a guaranteed victory here. But I could roll bad enough that a reroll of 1 die isn't going to fix it. Okay. So it's this plus 3. I'll get a minimum of 6, but I need to get 14 in order to defeat her. Here we go. That's game. Awesome. So, yeah. Awesome. Very happy with that. On closing, you may banish a card that has the curse trait, or draw Blessing from the box. Well, let's draw a Blessing from the box, because that could potentially be something I'd want to keep when I reconstruct my decks. So that's Ezrin that's going to draw a blessing from the box. What do we got? Oh, it's just a basic blessing. Nope, nothing I want. Okay, cool. So what's the reward for finishing this quest? That was looking pretty dicey. I honestly, especially the first half of playing this quest, I was like, I am not sure I'm going to be able to beat this, you know? Reward. Each character gains a card feat and the traitor Ujebet. Well, let's look at the traitor Ujebet first. Ujebet, you hear? There we are. Oh, it's some lady with snakes for hair. I don't know if I like this. Ujebet offers items that have the magic trait. Oh, never mind. She is my favorite traitor. With a cost of 3 boons. Oh, that's nice. Okay, I need to remember to record that. And then each of my characters is going to gain a card feat. I'll actually do this bookkeeping off camera, but that's off stream. But that's very cool to get a card feat. Yeah, be able to upgrade my guys in some really nice ways. So I'm going to take, at this point, a little bit of a break. That's the end of what I'm going to play of Pathfinder. I'm going to take a little bit of a break and then bring out a dungeon crawler that I've really been enjoying. That's the most recent addition to my collection. And that is Rogue Dungeon. Rogue Dungeon. So give me a little bit of time here. I'll leave the camera on so you can kind of keep track of how far along in setup I am. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes to just move this game out and bring the other one in. But there we go. All right. If I could get something to bring this camera just up a little bit higher, that might be nice. Let me see what I can find. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that. Okay. Okay. So this is Rogue Dungeon, and I put a review up on the Christian Geek Central YouTube channel not too long ago um, for this game. It's available at the Game Crafter, which normally would be like a red flag, like, I don't know, those games don't have to go through any kind of quality assurance, quality testing, or anything like that. Um, but there have been a couple of reviews that made me think that I think I might really enjoy this game, even if I have to modify it a little bit. Um, so anyway, I'm not. This is not going to be like a, as is the case with all the games that I've been playing in this solo tabletop Dungeonfest event. This is not a necessarily a good way to learn how to play these games. I'm talking about the rules a bit as I play, but I make mistakes. Both I break the rules both on accident and on purpose at times, and I'm not always going to differentiate and explain when I'm doing which, because sometimes I won't know, and other times, I just won't really, want to get into all the nitty gritty of the mechanics. For me, playing solo games and even doing streams like this is just about enjoying the theme, and the rules are just a means to that end. So I'm not really, yeah. Okay, so it's been a little while since I played this one, so I might be a little bit rusty on the rules. Oops, I left these tokens on there. Last night I did a few like mock turns just to refresh my memory on how the game is played. But you're trying to get through 5 levels of a dungeon, and you got just a little meeple here, which it's translucent, and so you might not be able to see very easily where it is on the board. Maybe I should get out a little wizard mini or something. If I have one easily accessible, I do not. Okay, so that's a good idea for another time. So yeah, I'm making my way through this card, which represents the level of the dungeon that I'm on. And each of these nodes, there's some kind of like an event that's going on there. And based on the color of the node, I can roughly tell if it's going to be a monster or something potentially good. But I'm making my way through and trying to get to the exit of each level of the dungeon. Now you'll notice I could just beeline to the exit at this point, but I don't want to do that. Because these other nodes, these are ways of gaining experience. And really, a lot of what this game is about is gaining experience so that you can take on bigger and badder things, gaining loot and skills and stuff, so you can take on bigger and badder things. It's very much modeled after PC roguelikes in that it's designed to be a game that you play in a single session, and in that session you are getting a lot of upgrades and stuff that will help you get deeper and deeper into the dungeon and take on a final boss. But a key thing that it mimics from roguelikes is difficulty and high mortality rate. And so I've made changes to this game because I'm not at all interested in a high mortality rate and having to go back and start all over and lose all the things that I gained. That's how this game is intended to be played. But I've house ruled some things so that when I die, I at least keep experience points and any stat upgrades that I have gained. I lose my equipment and my loot, but I resurrect still with the experience and attributes that I've increased. Hi, Balmy Leader. Thanks for coming out. Let's see. I don't have access to all these cards. These are like the spells that I have access to. You'll see the numbers next to them here. 3 or more, 5 or more, 7 or more. That refers to my magic skill. When it's at 3, I have access to Animate Dead. So this is a little bit like a magic skill tree. When it reaches 5, I have access to Fireball, and 7 or more, I have access to Lightning. But for now, those just stay there. I've got my starting equipment already, I believe. Yeah, I got my scrolls. Yeah, and I got my magic staff. So I think I'm all set to go here. Let's go ahead and hit this white spot first, because that's likely to be something pleasant. Let's see what we have here. Oh, the Skeleton Trader. I don't think I'm going to be able to take advantage of this. Now, this is a persistent card. And so this is actually one of these nodules that once I encounter it, I can come back and encounter it later. As long as, you know, before I leave the dungeon level. Anyway, once per game, you may draw 5 loot cards and place them face up on this room. You may discard 2 loot cards or 1 treasure to take any one of the loot cards on this room any number of times. So that's cool. This is going to go down here. Let me actually see if I can scooch this up just a wee bit so there's a little more room here at the bottom to see some of these persistent cards stick around. There we go. Alright, so once per game you may draw 5 loot cards and place them face up in this room. You may discard 2 loot cards. So I'll just draw the 5 loot cards now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they get placed face up here, so I can even see what he has on offer. He's got a potion of luck. He's got a potion of healing. That sounds nice. He's got a turn undead scroll. Discard to inflict d6 plus 1 damage to zombie, skeleton, shadow white, skeleton warrior, ghoul, wraith, vampire, or mummy, and gain 1 XP. That's very cool. Pearl necklace. That's not going to be super helpful, just except, you know, for trading in the future. And gauntlets of strength. Gain plus 1 strength once per game. Discard to reduce damage taken by 1 HP. So really, the potion of healing and even the potion of luck, but especially this turn undead scroll, I think, might be what I'm most interested in. Anyway, I'll put those there so I can remember that he's got that. And then it's back to my turn again. Turns go by pretty fast in this game. So he's going to come around. He'll go to this yellow nodule number 1. So let's see what we got here. Trapdoor. Crap. Each hero must make an intellect check. Well, okay, well, I'm pretty suited to that. All heroes pass if any hero discards a rope. Well, I don't have a rope to discard, so I got to make that intellect check. Now, my intellect is this blue thing here, so that's a 3. I need to roll well, normally in the game you need to roll a d10 and get, what is it, equal to or lower than? I can't remember if it's, I think it's lower than that you have to get. Let me double check. Oh, it's got to be less than, yeah. Less than my stat in that department. Which you can imagine already at the beginning of this game, trying to get a 2 out of a D10 is going to be pretty freaking unlikely. So when I first started playing this game, I was just dying a lot early on, and just found it to be an unsatisfying experience. And so what I decided to do is for all the skill checks and even in combat checks too, roll 2 of the dice that are called for and choose 1. And I still end up dying multiple times when I'm trying to, you know, get to the very bottom of the dungeon. But at least this minimizes that a little bit. So let's see what happens here. Okay, did not succeed at that. So fail. Draw 1 monster per fail and resolve combat. Oh, that's interesting. So it's a trapdoor in the sense, not that I fall into it, but that a monster emerges from it. Or maybe we fall into it and it's shallow, but it's got a monster in it. I'm not sure thematically what's going on there. All monsters gain +1 MAV. That adds to the difficulty of defeating them. So, crap. That sucks. That sucks. Draw 1 monster per fail and resolve combat. So we are in the first level dungeon, so my deck here of monsters is all level 1 monsters. And we're fighting a goblin. So we put him out. So let's see. He's got... he looks pretty weak. He looks pretty weak. I'm hoping that... I'm hoping that I'll be able to take him out. So we'll put him up there. Let's see. So now I've got my magic staff, and for combat checks, I'm still rolling 2d10. Yeah, that's right. Okay. And his, let's see. I have to roll, let's see, what is the combat? I think it's got it right here. Target a monster and make a combat roll. Okay, so I add my primary ability, which is going to be 3, because it's an intellect weapon that I'm using, plus the combat roll, plus any modifiers. Okay, so I am trying to get higher than his. He's got, on this card, he's got that sword symbol, that's an 8. And so I need to get higher than that, or at least equal to it, and we'll do damage to each other. Higher than it, I'm the only one that does damage, and hopefully enough to kill him, which should be, because I'm going to at least do 1 damage, because I have 1 weapon. Yeah, so as long as I, so my ability is 3, so the highest of these 2 numbers, which is 9, plus 3 is plenty to pass his 8 combat value. Although it was raised by 1, so that brings it up to a 9, but I still had plenty. So that means he is dead. He takes 1 point of damage from my 1 weapon. That's enough to kill him. And I get 1 experience because he's a level 1 monster. And I also get to draw a loot card, which is super cool. So put one of these experience tokens here. And then he just gets discarded off to the side. And I draw loot. Loot, baby. And look at how big this loot deck is. Love it. Oh, this I don't love. Not the best weapon for me. Throwing blades. Discard to inflict +1 damage and increase a combat roll +1. I mean, I guess right now my dexterity stat is equal to my magic stat. So, and let's see, discard to inflict +1 damage and increase a combat roll +1. So I mean, like, it's kind of like an offhanded weapon. I could still use that bonus, I think. So okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. I can use it in a pinch as kind of an extra thing. All right. Now was that persistent? It wasn't. It wasn't persistent. So I can just put that token there. Once you put a token like that out onto one of the nodes, you don't have to encounter anything there again. Let's see. Let's go this way, because I think blue and green can be good too. So we'll go blue and draw a dark room. You wander into what seems like an endless dark room with shelves and piles of debris. Any hero may discard a torch or light scroll to draw 2 loot cards. I don't think I start with even a torch. That's kind of a bummer. And I don't have a light scroll. So, yeah, no harm, but no good for me either. And it's not a persistent card, so it just gets discarded. And we consider this room to have been explored. And yeah, now we'll move on to the green room here. A witch! What's her deal? You encounter an old witch. She offers to brew you a potion for some of your youth. Any hero may spend 1 XP to gain +2 HPs any number of times. Interesting. So this is my one shot. She's not a persistent, she's not going to stay here. And I haven't lost any HP, so this actually isn't tempting to me at all. I'll just hang on to my 1 XP, thank you very much. But yeah, again, no harm, and I am happy enough about that. So that room has been explored. Alright, so now let's keep going this way. Let's go back here. I'm kind of tempted. I'm going to save these. The red ones are, I think, always going to be battles. I can't remember for sure. But here we got a yellow right before those red ones. We got another yellow here I could go to and a purple one over here. So I think there's some potential for me to benefit before leaving this dungeon level. So let's do another yellow one. What do we got? Gremlins. Gremlins try to steal your equipment. Oh, no, they don't. Each hero must make an agility check. If I fail, I discard a loot card. Do I have any loot cards? I don't think these... Do these count as loot cards? I don't think they do. They're starting equipment. Does starting equipment count as loot? I can't remember. Let's see here. Loot, loot, loot. Strength, weapon, dice, map. Loot cards. There are no restrictions on the number of loot cards heroes can have or where they are placed. Loot cards may be referred to simply by their type. Weapon, armor, skill, potion, scroll, equipment, treasure, or henchman. This implies a loot card of that type. Maybe they are considered loot. I think it's kind of like starting loot, maybe. Oh, wait. Loot cards may be referred to simply by their type. Weapon, armor, skill, potion, scroll, equipment, treasure, or henchman. And so he has starting equipment, and all these things are... So all of these things that he has are considered loot. Crap. Okay. Well, I gotta do this agility check then, right? To try and dodge these gremlins. At least they're not attacking me, I guess. Yeah, agility check. Oops. So that sucks. I gotta get lower. I gotta get a 2 or a 1 on this roll. Nope. Zeros count as 10 on a d10. So I have to discard a loot card. At least I get to choose, it looks like. So let me see here. Do I want to get rid of the luck one? Discard to pass any skill check, even after skill check die roll. Oh, hey, how about I just use that now? I mean, it's the same as losing it, so I might as well. So yeah, we'll just discard this one. That kind of sucks, but it makes sense. Okay, and then these guys are done. They just get discarded. So that's the end of that. Again, not a persistent one. Let's see here. Oops. So you move from one thing to the next in a pretty timely fashion. It's not... I mean, thematically, you're experiencing a lot more little events in this game at a much faster, in a much shorter period of time compared to Pathfinder, you know. But you do lose a lot of complexity. But what really is cool to me about this game is the fact that it is so simple and streamlined, and yet the rules still manage to represent thematically a lot of different elements of a dungeon crawl. And so I feel like thematically they fit in a lot more into this game than another comparable game, a game with comparable complexity, like One Deck Dungeon, which I'm not sure if I'll get to today or not. But anyway, yeah, so I appreciate this game specifically for what it is. It's not going to be my go-to for like all the richness and depth that I might want from... It's still a streamlined, non-RPG, yet a dungeon crawl experience. But it's really nice for when I want what its strengths particularly offer. So let's go to this purple one here now and draw from the purple deck. What do we got? Pit of Spikes, of course. Each hero must make 2 agility checks. Pass both checks if you discard a flying carpet. Well, I don't have a flying carpet. So I got to do 2 agility checks. Jeez Louise. Yeah, that didn't work out. So I take damage equal to the dungeon level. Dungeon level is 1. So I am glad that I haven't, taken more damage up to this point. But that still just leaves me with 2 hit points. Have I taken some damage already? What caused me to take damage before? I think I might have accidentally... what in the world? The trapdoor didn't do it, the gremlins didn't do it, the witch didn't do it, the dark room didn't do it. The goblin didn't do it. Yeah, that I accidentally had fewer than I was supposed to have. I'm supposed to start with 4, and already I was down to 2. That must be from my little mock turns that I did last night. So, yeah, that brings him down to 3. And then we discard the Pit of Spikes. Thank goodness. Don't have to deal with that again. Well, I guess it's a dead end. I wouldn't have to go back there anyway. So, now let's get into some slightly more dangerous territory. We'll do one more of these yellow ones, which still could be dangerous. Narrow ledge. This one's persistent. So I'm going to have to pass by this again if I stick around and fight one of those red spaces that's almost certainly a monster. I will, on the way out, have to deal with this narrow ledge again. Each hero must make an agility check to cross the narrow ledge. You may pass if you have a rope or discard a flying carpet. Don't have either of those. I'm going to have to make the check. If I fail, I take damage equal to the dungeon level. Ugh. Okay. Well. Okay. Let's just do it. Hang on a second. What's this teleport here? This might be useful. Teleport. It's one of my starting equipment items. It's a scroll. Discard to bypass the current room and move all heroes to any location on the dungeon level map. I might want to do that on the way out. Yeah, let me save this. I'll try to do this narrow ledge for now. What's this shield do? Discard to block any damage. So that could be useful too. Any damage, not just combat damage. I guess I can land on my shield or something. So let's try to make this roll. Got to get a 1 or a 2. Oh my gosh, I got a 1. Awesome. So somehow I crept past the narrow ledge. And let's see. That one is persistent. So that sucks. But he's going to move here and draw a red card at last. Let's see what's up. It's just an encounter. Draw 1 monster and resolve combat. That's not terrible. That's not terrible. 1 monster. Could be a lot worse. What are we facing? A green slime. Ugh, I do like that artwork. I really like the artwork in all the cards in this game. So he's got 3 hit points, but only a 6 like combat value, so that shouldn't be too difficult to overcome, at least not compared to some other things I could be facing. He'll do 1 damage to me if I fail in my roll. So yeah, I gotta face him. So let's see here. I've got my magic staff. So I have my ability, which is 3. The best of these 2. Add those together. I think there's a decent chance here. I think I got a decent chance here. Let's see how this goes. All right, so you got a 4, 5, 6, 7. So that is enough, just enough, to do damage to him without him doing damage to me. I will do 1 point of damage to him. And so I'll put one of these newly made red tokens. This game comes with a bunch of tokens that you punch out of a card, you know? But it looks like the card is kind of like just like a default thing that people can use at GameCrafter to put their designs onto. And any spaces that aren't used to put designs on are still on that card. They're just blank. They're just white. And so I was like, oh, I've got all these tokens, these white tokens that I can pop out of this card. And I started realizing that they would be most useful to me if I used them as wound counters for the enemies that I fight. And so it was my intention to kind of paint these red. And so actually last night I found a red Sharpie and I just made all of these tokens red so that they could be pretty decent little wound counters for the enemies. So that guy has 1 hit on him. Although I think actually I'm supposed to have him start with wound tokens and take them off. I don't know. We'll try this. If there's some wording of some rules at some point that will make doing this way confusing, then I'll do it the other way. Anyway, he's got 1 hit for now. And so now in combat you just keep going until one of you's dead. So here we go again. Oh, nice. Okay, that's definitely going to do another point of damage to him. And then 1 more ought to do it. Ooh, that's looking a little low. 3, 4, 5. Crap. Should I use the shield? Let's see here. Man. Yeah, let's maybe use the shield. Let's use the shield. I know it's just 1 damage, but I do get to camp after I get out of this level. And one of the rules modifications I made is that camping can potentially get me some of my equipment back. So I'll just use this shield. Oh, it is a magic shield. It's a magic scroll. So I guess that doesn't make sense even in non-combat situations to block some damage. So I'll discard this to block that damage. Here we go again. Okay. Yes. 6, 7, 8, 9. That takes him out. Nice. So, green slime worth 1 experience point. So I'll just flip this over to 2 now. And I also get to draw a loot card. Flying carpet! Hey! We've had a few locations where a flying carpet would have been handy. So I'll gladly take this. Discard to pass Lake of Fire, Gelatinous Cube, Narrow Ledge, or Pit of Spikes. So... I guess I could use this on the way out to pass that narrow ledge, since I kind of got lucky last time. So let me stick around here. I've still got 3 out of my 4 health. Let me stick around here and risk some more combat. So that spot's done. We'll move over to this one now. Draw another red card. Pushing my luck a little bit, but XP is really valuable. I mean, like, I've got 2 XP right now, and I can, up on this board here, you can't really see. I'll actually just bring the camera over a little bit. But you can see the XP cost for advancing any of my stats there. Whatever the XP cost is that's listed, that's what it takes to move it up, move the token up to the next slot. So I'm close already to moving up my magic ability by 1, and that will automatically by 1 improve all of my magic rolls. And so if I can do that, I must. For the power of the wizard Elderest. Yes, yes. Alright. So, yeah, did I draw a monster yet? I got carried away with other stuff. Here we go. Boom. Encounter. Draw 1 monster card and resolve combat. So still... oops, I should have discarded this one. Still way better than it could be. Some of these encounter cards have multiple monsters you gotta draw. Here we go. A Knoll. Alright. Pretty similar. Are his stats identical to the slime? No, they're not. Okay. He only has 1 health, so he's... Ooh. I was gonna say he's less of a threat than the slime. That's not true. If he has more damage potential. He'll do 3 damage to me if I fail at my combat roll against him. So this thing is freaking nasty as far as level 1 monsters go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I really want to succeed at this roll. This might be a time to use the throwing knife. Oh, crap! I forgot to do this. I'm going to let myself do it. I keep forgetting this, but I'm going to let myself do it. After defeating a monster, discard to take the skeleton from the specialty deck. So I realize this may not make sense for the green slime or the... well, it would make more sense for the goblin. But I'll just say the green slime absorbed a skeleton at some point, and I'll animate that. I don't think the slime itself is going to have a skeleton, but we'll say that he swallowed somebody at some point. So yeah, let's discard that. And find the skeleton here. You can have these allies or henchmen or whatever they're called that accompany you and can help you in combat. So I got the skeleton here. And he's got a combat value of 5. You have a minimum strength of 5 for skill. Oh, for skill checks. That's what that's about. Discard to block 1 attack. So he's good for. He's not really going to do damage for me. I don't think that's how that works. I'd have to look up those rules again, but I don't think that's how that works. Maybe I will. Here, I'll put him right here. I'm going to look up that rule really quick, because if he can do damage for me, I'd actually rather have greater damage output right now. Let's see here. Gameplay, charming, exploration, trading, combat roll. Apply damage, loot. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't see it really readily listed somewhere. So I'll just say no, that I have to rely on my own damage output, and he's good for lifting stuff in strength checks or taking damage for me. So yeah, let's take on this whatchamajigger. This gnoll. Ugh. All right. So throwing daggers or magic staff. I'll just use the magic staff. So this +3. I don't think I have anything that's going to help my roll. Okay, very good. So 9 + 3, that's going to be plenty. And I'll do 1 damage to him because of my 1 weapon of the type that I'm, attacking with. And so that'll take him out. Just 1 hit. Nice. So I get 1 experience, which brings me up to 3. And I get a loot card, while also discarding the gnoll. What do we got? Potion of Vitality. Discard to gain +1 Vitality and +1 HP. I don't know why I wouldn't do this right now. So I am going to do this right now before something in this dreaded place takes this card away from me. I'm down 1 HP, so I can stand to gain 1. And then to have my Vitality go up by 1? That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Because normally that would have cost me 5 XP to get that. So very cool. That gets discarded. And are we ready for the next turn? I think we are. I'm going to mark that location as having been explored or dealt with or whatever. And now we're ready to move on to the last of the red locations. Here we go. What do we got? Monster Bash. You encounter monsters feuding. It's kind of like a turf war in Monster Hunter World. Before they see you, you are able to make a sneak attack. Draw 2 monsters. 1 hero may make a free hit to any monster, and then resolve combat. So I got to draw 2 monsters. I get to make a free attack against one of them. And then I have to, with whatever is left, I have to fight both of them. Now, there's a rule in this game. Well, I'll get to that in a second. But I'm about to make a little house rule with this situation here. Oops, forgot to discard that. So, 2 monsters. What do we got? A scorpion. Ugh. And a skeleton. I'm feeling extra disgusted by scorpions because there's a lot of construction going on in our area, and I live in Arizona, in Mesa, and when you have construction, it's very common for scorpions to get kind of like displaced from their normal dwelling place, and so they start relocating, looking for new places to live. So there's enough construction going on both close to our home and just in the surrounding area in our part of town that a lot of people are seeing a lot more scorpions, and we have definitely been seeing more scorpions. I mean, even in the last year or 2, but there's been even a little bit of a spike in the last month. They're the desert kind, the brown ones, and usually they will show up dying or dead, but we had one show up in our boys' bathtub upstairs when my oldest was getting ready to take a shower. That sucker was nowhere near dead. It was crawling around and had its tail in striking, stance. Usually if they're dying, their tail's kind of flat or limp or to the side or something like that. This sucker had the classic dangerous scorpion look to it. And yeah, they're nasty to deal with. You usually try to put like a glass. This is what I was taught, what I've done for years since I was, living at my parents' house. Put a transparent glass on top of it and try to get it so that the edge of the glass catches on the tail. and then you get scissors or a knife or something, and you just saw or snip that tail off. That's the worst part of it. And once that's off, then you can more safely, get in there and squish it with a tissue or something and get it all thrown away. With this one, he was angled funny. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a glass in there. And so I immobilized him first by taking like a big old bottle of conditioner and just squeezing that over. Like, there you go. How you like that? And he was like, I don't know what to do here. And then I got the glass out, because then he slid down the side of the tub, got the glass out, put it on, snipped his tail off. Dunsies. But that was the most I've had to kind of interact with the scorpion. Not cool. Not cool. So right now I'm biased toward killing the scorpion before the skeleton. Let me see if tactically that's actually the best way to go. Let's see. Well, the skeleton, according to these symbols here, can also be dealt with if you have particular items. So in this case, it's the turn undead matches one of those icons. And some kind of like potion, maybe it's holy water or something. I don't have that. That hasn't even shown up yet. So they both have a body of 1. The scorpion is going to be easier to defeat than the skeleton. His combat value is 1 lower. And if he gets through, he does 2 damage. So it behooves me. It's a good 7th grade vocab word that stuck with me. It behooves me to take out the scorpion first. Yeah. Now, here's what I was going to say earlier. Normally, when you have multiple monsters out in the field at the same time, then whichever one you fight has their combat value increased by 1 because of for every other monster that's with them on the battlefield. But I'm going to rule that in the spirit of this scenario, the thematic scenario I'm being presented with, that he would not, on this first attack, get the benefit of an extra point to his combat value, because they're fighting each other. They are not turning and both facing me and fighting me together. So I think that makes sense. Balmy Leader says, "Sup, I ate pizza, chicken tender, and onion rings for lunch." That sounds yummy. I'm avoiding carbs, and so I can't enjoy the onion rings. But I do enjoy them quite a bit. Yeah, Balmy Leader, I'm with you. He says, just stomp the scorpion to death. Brutal with no remorse. That is kind of the strategy here. Not literal stomping, but as much as I can stomp with my magic staff, that is the plan. So I need to, on my roll... my roll plus my ability, which is 3. I need to get a 7 to tie with him, and an 8 to not take any damage from him. Boy, not good. Not good. I kind of feel like, since it's a sneak attack, also in the spirit of it, that I shouldn't have to worry about any damage from him. But this game does represent, in a single roll, an exchange, really, between you and another monster. So, I don't know. I already gave myself a little bit of an advantage. I won't give myself that advantage as well. Let's just see what happens. Let the dice fall where they may. Oh, crap. They fell in a bad place. So, crap. He's going to do damage to me. I'm going to do no damage to him. He's going to do 2 to me. So, in a single scorpion strike, half my health as a wizard is gone. Or a sorcerer, I guess. But no, it's not. No, it's not. Changed my mind. Skeleton's going to take that hit for me. Good gravy. So there goes the skeleton. And let's do this again. Oh, crap. Now I got to fight both of them. So now his thing is increased to 8. His combat value is increased to 8 because of the skeleton. I still want to get rid of him first, though. Yeah. Well, actually, maybe at this point, since his combat value is 8, if I kill the skeleton first, his combat value will go back down to 7, and he'll be less likely to do damage to me. I'd almost rather fight the skeleton and him be at a level of 9, and at least I'll take less damage. I do also have these throwing blades. Discard to inflict 1 damage and increase a combat roll +1. Huh. To inflict 1 damage. Does it have to be... Can I inflict... I think I can inflict damage on either one of these guys. So I can damage one and then use the throwing blades to increase the combat roll on another. I'm totally going to do that. I'm totally going to do that. So let's do the 1 damage on the scorpion with the throwing blade. Just take him out. Just take him out. And I believe... Well, it kind of happens at the same time. So we'll say that the scorpion being on the field of battle still will up the skeleton's combat value to 9. But I also get to increase the combat roll by 1. So, yeah. Okay. So let's do that. Let's do that. So scorpion's dead. +1. Let's see. Oh, I think I got it. 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 11. So the skeleton is gone. Both of these guys killed. Very nice. Whew. And I get 2 experience. And also 2 loot cards. I'm pretty happy about that. Lose the throwing blades. That's okay. 1 and 2. Horn of Blasting. Discard to kill Harpy, or discard to negate the Song of Sirens. Well, I removed the Song of Sirens from the game because I think the art objectifies women, so I'm not going to be running into that. But I might run into the Harpy. Either way, this is a weapon, and just by having it, it ups my damage potential. So I am definitely going to be hanging on to that for as long as I can. Then I also picked up the Potion of Intellect. If your intellect is less than 7, which currently it is, but not for much longer, I'm about to spend... Oh, geez. Yeah, I got enough to... I think I already had... I could have spent that already to bring my experience up to 4. I'm going to do that post-haste. If your intellect is less than 7, you may discard to gain +1 intellect, and intellect is at least 7 for the current room. Oh, dang. So this has both a permanent effect and a temporary powerful effect. This is cool. That's really going to help my my roll. So let's see here. This is a potion. Oh, I like that card. So that's an upgrade just waiting to happen. But right now I'm going to spend 3 experience, which will bring me down to 2, and move my intellect up to 4 now. So that's already immediately going to improve my combat rolls by at least 1. Very good. Very good. This is going very well. Great. All right, so now we head back. Do I want to do the narrow ledge? I think I do want to do the narrow ledge because I can probably gain, if I lose health from the narrow ledge, I'll just lose 1 health. And then, oh, what happened to that? Did I not put a yellow token down for this thing here? I don't think it was a persistent one, but I still need to have a token down for it. Oh, no, that's the narrow ledge. Hello, Pater. Come on, wake up. Wake up. So yeah, I'm going to make my way back, pass through the narrow ledge, and try to make that that roll. Oh, I have a flying carpet. Each hero must make an agility check across the narrow ledge. You may pass if you have a rope or discard a flying carpet. Hey, let's just discard the flying carpet. How about we do that? Unless, well, let's see here. You know what? I think I should take a crack at it, because once I'm out of this dungeon, I can camp at the entry stairs to the next dungeon level. And camping, I roll 2d6, choose the higher of the 2, and then add 1 to the result, and that's how much health I get back. So I'm automatically going to get 1 health back. Right now, the most health I can lose is 1. And, yeah, so I'm going to hang on to this, because it might be used. What else can this use? Lake of Fire, Gelatinous Cube, Narrow Ledge, or Pit of Spikes. So, yeah, let's hang on to that for now and just take a shot at this Narrow Ledge. I got to get a 1 or a 2. Probably will fail. That's okay. So I lose 1. Good. And then I'm done here. This white one. Oh, I could go here. Skeleton Trader, once per game. So I got these cards. I can discard 2 loot cards or 1 treasure to take any one of the loot cards on this room any number of times. So if I wanted to get rid of... let's see if there's anything worth getting rid of some of my loot that I currently have. Probably the ones that are worth the least to me right now are my Teleport Scroll and my Flying Carpet. This Turn Undead thing is pretty cool. But you know, Teleport and Flying Carpet... I'm not going to be doing very great at a number of like obstacle type checks. I'm feeling pretty good about my combat stuff right now. So I hate to get rid of 2 cards that could really help me with some of those other obstacles. So actually, Turn Undead, I'm finding that very tempting right now. Gauntlets of Strength, gain 1 strength once per game. Discard to reduce damage taken by 1 HP. That's actually pretty good because I'm going to have trouble with strength checks. Pearl Necklace, no. Potion of Healing, no. Potion of Luck, no. Ugh. Gain +1 strength. You know what? Even if I die sometime after getting this, it's still a permanent upgrade to my strength. So I think the gauntlets of strength are worth getting rid of, both my Teleport Scroll and my Flying Carpet. And my Teleport Scroll, anyway, I can potentially get back from camping. So I will just discard the Flying Carpet. A little sad to see it go, but it's going to be all right. And yeah, I'll take the Gauntlets of Strength, and I'll just get that +1 strength upgrade right now, and then I can reduce damage that it does later on. Thank you, Skeleton Trader. Nice doing business with you. So then I'm done here, and I'm going to go down to the next dungeon level. Very nice. All right. Let me reset my tokens, and then I'll look at the chat here. Let's see. Oh, Bombing Leader says, I eat at different times, so it won't be that bad for my health. Considering the food I eat, I don't know how I'm still alive, LOL. Yeah, I mean, like, pizza chicken tender and onion rings, that's not, as long as it's not like every day, every meal, that kind of thing, now and then. But I'm actively trying to lose weight right now because once I hit early November, even late October, once we've given out that Halloween candy, right now we've got our Halloween candy. There was this crazy deal on Reese's Peanut Butter Cups at our grocery store, like a 5-pack for 29 cents. And they had a bunch of them. I don't know what was going on, why they had way too many of those, but they were trying to get rid of them. And so I did our Halloween candy shopping and just went nuts. But now, that was like 3 weeks ago. And so I told my wife, you got to hide these. You got to hide these because we're giving them out as Halloween candy. I'll get into them if there's leftovers, which there almost certainly will be. But I do not want to be tempted by them until then. But then, Halloween, we always get fewer kids than I think we're going to get. So there's going to be plenty of leftover Halloween candy. And that's going to be tempting. And then a week after Halloween is my 24-hour video game marathon for GameSave this year. And I always like to have junky food for that, for both the event itself and then for my recovery day afterwards. And then even if I were to really get disciplined the very next day after my recovery day, which is unlikely, it's only about 3 weeks. 3 weeks, and then Thanksgiving. And Thanksgiving's just the kickoff to the Christmas season where all bets are off. Because I try to control myself, but it's a season of feasting. I'm having hot chocolate every morning. I'm having special cinnamon swirly toast with sweet sugary crumb things on the outside. I mean, like, it's bad. It's bad. And so, so good. So I'm trying to just get a running start and losing as much weight as I can between now and Halloween. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Let's see here. Oh yeah. The what was the Song of Siren card like? It has I mean, it's not literally naked women. If you look at, I show it in my review of the game. It's not literally naked women, but it's the kind of thing where it's like they're in a watery environment, and so their skin is glistening. They are wearing no clothes, and they have long hair that is just strategically either the hair or the shadow, or like shadows are just barely, covering their private parts, and so I just don't, I just don't like looking at that. I don't like that having it in front of me. So and I didn't want to, apart from the review, I didn't want to like be putting that in front of you guys either. So anyway, but that's the gist of it. You can, if you want, take a look in that review and see if that card would be, a source of temptation or a problem for you. Because otherwise, I have almost no complaints about this game. Well, I have complaints about playing it as it's meant to be played entirely. But with the modifications that I make to this game, I have a ball with this game. I really enjoy it. So we're on a new dungeon level now, which means I can camp. I mean, technically you can camp actually at any space after you've had the encounter on that space, but you might be ambushed by monsters. There's a chance of being ambushed by monsters unless you are on the entry space or the exit space of a dungeon. And so I'm going to do, since I have a chance now to camp safely, I'm going to do that. And so I do a camp roll. Normally it's 1d6, but again, I do 2d6, 2 dice with all my rolls and choose the best. And then it's so nice. I got a 6. So 6 plus 1 is what I get back in health. Now my max is 4, so that's only going to be good for getting me 1 back. But another house rule I gave myself is that for every bonus point I get on this roll, what did I say? I recover 1 starting equipment or 1 luck that I have lost at this point. Now I haven't spent any of my luck points yet. That's what these little gold coin things are. It looks like money at a glance. It looks like, oh, gold, but it's not. That's luck for some reason. So I'm maxed out on luck. So all of those are going to be put to use getting equipment back, starting equipment only, that I've lost. And then also, whenever I camp, I also recover all skills that I've used up to this point. So the Animate Dead spell gets recharged. And then I'm going to gain back the cards that have the sorcerer art on the back. That indicates it's a starting equipment card. So yeah, I got these spell scrolls: shield, teleport, and luck. Got them all back. Very nice, very nice. But we do have to change some things. We move down. There's a little token here. You can't see it very well, but it indicates what dungeon level you're on. So we slide that down to the Roman numeral 2, and we are done with the level 1 monsters in the game. Now we're dealing with level 2. All right. So let's look at our dungeon path here. So it's another mostly straight shot. I could just do these 2 encounters and then not any others and then leave. But I really do want to gain experience. It's so important. I mean, I've done surprisingly well, I gotta say, with the monsters that I've had to fight so far. That could really turn very quickly. So going here might be nice, but I think I might, since I'm gonna have to take on both of these anyway, I think I might go here and then fight both of these, because that'll be good opportunities for experience. And if I can get through those 2 fights, then I can do 3 encounters that have a better chance than not to be something positive or at least neutral for me. So I think this is going to be my path. And then I'll hit the white and then turn around and leave at that point. So that's kind of my thinking right now. We'll see how well that works for me or not. Okay. So, first yellow location. Spider's Web. And this is a persistent one. Oh, I need to get rid of... Oops. Keep bumping that mic. Sorry. I need to get rid of these persistent cards from the last dungeon, because they're not here anymore. See, this was a white one, and this was a yellow one. And these are all discarded loot cards, right? Okay. All right. So, new persistent encounter that I probably won't need to encounter again, because I'm not planning on coming back this way. Let's see here. Balmy Leader says, trying to build a goblin deck in Magic the Gathering, but in total I only have 10 goblin cards. Sad face. Yeah, I used to really... my favorite part of playing Magic the Gathering back in the day was building the decks. I was really terrible at playing the game. And the decks that I built, unless I was playing with a player that was less experienced than me, and even sometimes, not then, I would get beaten. I was not good at playing Magic the Gathering or particularly building the decks, but I loved making decks and trying to create a theme out of them. That's just how I've always been with all kinds of games. I'm so much more interested in the world and the theme than in really becoming good at the game's mechanics. Whether those are heavy tactical mechanics in a video game or a tabletop game, or Twitch skills like in many video games. It's always the theme that interests me so much more, which is why I'm more than content to alter rules, especially to solo games, if it'll make it a little bit more of a casual experience where I can just soak in the theme. I like games, whatever kind of game, tabletop, video game, whatever, to have a little bit of pushback, just enough to create a sense of drama for me, just enough to have me lean forward and wonder what's going to happen next. But ultimately, I don't like just out and out losing. But I found, even with dying in this game, it makes a big difference to have permanent upgrades, even if I lose all my equipment, to have permanent upgrades that I get to hang on to. Yeah. Okay, so Spider's Web is what I ran into. You get caught in a spider's web. Each hero must make a strength check. If you fail, you discard an armor, which wouldn't be terrible at this point because I've already gotten the permanent benefit of the gauntlets of strength. Armor, treasure, or potion. So I probably would get rid of actually that, or maybe one of my, it says armor, treasure, or potion, so it can't be any loot card. So it can't be one of my scrolls that I can regain from camping. It has to be armor, treasure, or potion. So I'd probably discard that armor. Because I don't want to lose that potion of intellect. Gosh, when should I drink this? When should I drink this? If your intellect is less than 7, which it still is, you may discard to gain +1 intellect, and intellect is at least 7 for the current room. So I've been wanting to hang on to this. Yeah, I've been wanting to hang on to this until I kind of need it in a combat situation, since I get that temporary boost up to 7. But hopefully I won't run into a situation that causes me to discard it. If there is, I might just rule that I can drink it before being forced to discard it. Alright, so I'm making a strength check here. And my strength is crap. I have to roll a 1 or a 2 in order to get out of this. So anyway, this is going to go here. This is a... actually, let's slide this over here. Start building them from that side. Alright, strength check, 1 or 2. Nope. Crap. Alright, so there goes my gauntlets of strength. Yeah, and I definitely am glad I don't have to backtrack and come to this spot later on. Because that was stupid. Oh, I gotta get rid of this. Alright, so moving on to the next yellow chamber. Crushing Wall. Well, that sounds lovely. Also persistent. So if this is bad enough, I might not want to make my little circuitous route and then come back, because I'll have to face it. Well, I've got the teleport thing and the luck thing. Scrolls. One hero must make a strength check. Pass if you discard a transmute rock to mud scroll. Well, I don't have one of those. If I fail, all heroes take damage equal to the dungeon level. You know what? Let's do the luck scroll right now. I can use the luck scroll to pass this check right now, and then I can hang on to that teleport scroll and get myself out of dodge if I'm in an emergency. So this says discard to pass any skill check, even after skill check die roll. Hey, well, let's take a shot at it first then. 1 or a 2. Nope. Okay, so I'm using the luck scroll, and I get to pass this. But it stays persistent, so I may teleport past that on the way back. We'll see. And this gets discarded, and we move on for now. Oh, but pass. I forgot. All heroes gain +2 XP once per game, so I can't gain that coming through the crushing wall again, but I can sure gain it right now. So that brings me up to 4 XP. Not quite enough to bump my intellect up to 5, but very close. All right. Well, let's get all the way there by fighting a monster. Nice. Draw 1 monster and resolve combat. So not too bad. Not too bad. A hobgoblin. Well, this thing's only going to do 1 damage to me, if he can. But he's got a good shot at achieving that because his combat value is 10. And he doesn't go down as easily as some of the other monsters I've faced. He's got 3 hit points. So that's what I'm dealing with. But that 2 XP will be nice if I survive. Okay, so I think this is maybe the moment, because I have an automatic 4 to start with, and then, well, no, yeah, 4, and then I could get as little as 1 on this, which would have me up to 5. I think I just want to make this fight a sure thing, and then I'll kill him. I'll use Animate Dead to get a skeleton, and then because I drink the potion, which is what I'm going to do to make it a sure thing, I will bump my intellect up to 1 instead of even having to pay for it. Or should I... Oh no, I can't pay for that now. Yeah, but I'll just be that much closer to being ready to bump my intellect up to 6. So let's drink the potion. The potion of intellect. Balmy Leader says, the Scroll of Fortune sounds cooler than the Luck Scroll. Did I say the Scroll of Fortune by accident or something? That does sound cool than the Luck Scroll. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to drink this. That is going to permanently boost my intellect up to 5. And then temporarily it boosts my intellect to 7. Yeah. So 7, that means that I'm at least going to get an 8 result here, and probably plenty to take him out. Let's see. Oh, wait. I'm only going to do 2 damage to him, so I'm going to have to... Oh, okay. All right, here we go. 5. Oh, no. Oh, wait, I have an intellect of 7. I was like, crap, 5. My intellect is only 5, so that brings me to 10, so he's going to do damage to me too. No. Temporary intellect of 7 for the current room. So this is going to last actually for all of my checks against the hobgoblin. Oh, I'm liking that. So I do 2 damage to him because I have 2 of the type of weapon that I'm attacking with. So that's what I mean when I say that, like, it simulates with a single roll a whole exchange, because it assumes thematically that you are using both the Horn of Blasting and the Magic Staff at the same time, because the Horn of Blasting is being factored into your damage output. And so I kind of like that. You know, it's really fast, but it's factoring in, you know, multiple cards and stuff like that all at once. So anyway, that does 2 damage to him. Balmy Leader says, no, I said it, but I give you points for effort. Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, effort points will not help me defeat this hobgoblin. I'm going to have to do that with another roll. Here we go. 9. Nice. Okay, 9. That's plenty. That's plenty. So the hobgoblin is no more. And I get 2 XP, which brings my total up to 6. Very good, very good. And I get to draw... Oh, I get that skeleton, because I'm casting Animate Dead. So let's set this off to the side. And get the skeleton card out. I got a skeletal hobgoblin following me around now. Because Elderest is a master of necromancy. So where is that? It's probably right at the top. Yep. Nice. And I get a loot card. What do we got? A torch. Okay. That would have been nice the last level. Ooh, but I can discard this to kill a mummy. Whew. Well, that sounds valuable, because a mummy sounds freaking scary. They're among the more powerful monsters usually in dungeon crawls, so yeah, I'm glad to have that. And I'm just 2 experience points away now from bumping my intellect up another already. But I am done with this potion of intellect. Man, I do like this game. I do like it. All right, but that room has now been explored, so, and it's not persistent, so we actually put the token on the room. And yeah, I haven't lost any health yet. This is going well. This is going well. Okay, so next room. This is the first time that I have done this well on a run. I think, well, have I made it through the first dungeon before without dying? I think I have. I think I've always died somewhere on the 2nd level, so it'll be... So I'm a little surprised at how well I'm doing. Let's see if we are going to break that streak now. With an encounter. Still, same as the last one that I just did. So another just 1 monster in resolve combat, which I am not offended by at all. What do we got here? Skeleton Warrior. Let's see. Did I miss one of your messages there, Balmy Leader? You're saying scroll up to see my message. No, I've responded to every message I can see there. There's one that says message retracted, but I assume you deleted that for some reason. But everything else you've put on there, I've responded to. Let's see here. Skeleton Warrior. 2 health, 10 combat value, and 2 damage coming at me. Did I... Oh, I didn't pick up a turn undead scroll or the... or like holy water or whatever. So I gotta just face this guy as is. Ooh. However, one thing I didn't properly celebrate. When my intellect went up to 5, I gained access to the fireball spell. Look at this. Discard to inflict d6 plus 1 damage. And that's just you inflict it. You don't roll to see if you hit. You just discard and the damage is done. D6 plus 1. That's beautiful. I think I might use it now, because I think the likelihood of me fighting another monster on this dungeon level is pretty slim, because this is the last red node I am planning on going to. And D6 plus 1, that's, I mean, I'll automatically roll at least 1. That's an automatic 2. The Skeleton Warrior has 2, so he is toast. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. So yeah, I get 2 XP for that, which brings me up to 8, which I will spend immediately to boost my intellect up to 6. Very, very happy about that. Let's see here. Oh, crap. Okay. For some reason, I thought I was ending the stream at 12:45, but no, I'm ending it at I'm taking a break at now, and plan to pick it up again at about 12:45. So yeah, this is actually a good place to stop. I'm going to mark that room as explored. And I've done this encounter, so I can discard that. I got my experience. I'm 1 away from getting the lightning spell. So yeah, I'm feeling really good about where I'm at, but I am going to take a break and have some lunch, and then I'll be back at about 12:45 Pacific time is the plan. So I hope you will join me for that. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. back in it to win it. Just finishing up my my lunch here. Didn't quite schedule quite enough time for myself to have my lunch, but anyway, I got it all down into me, as you can see. So we left out. Do I have anything on my face? I don't know. I can't see it. It's too small. So we just taken on the last of the monster rooms. Now, now I want to hopefully get some benefits of these other rooms that tend to be less dangerous, but can still have some threats in them. So let's see what the blue room has for Elderest. It has a locked safe. You enter a room with several locked safes. Any hero may discard a lockpick or skeleton key to draw 2 loot cards. I don't have a lockpick or a skeleton key. Excuse me. Ooh, a little bit of that lunch coming back up. Yeah, so I'm not going to be able to benefit from this at all. That's just a lost opportunity. Hi, Balmy Leader. Thanks for coming back again. Asks, what are you eating? I was having one of my keto pizzas. I use a tortilla that's a specific brand called Extreme Wellness. That's designed to be really low carb. So there's 4 carbs per tortilla. And then I found the smallest numbered carb pizza sauce I could find. Same with all the other ingredients. And it ends up being, you know, about the size of this plate right here. And it's only 9 carbs. And it's great. I love it. I love it. I think I might have another one tonight. I'm trying to stay under 20 per day. That might be cutting it close. We'll see how I feel around dinner time. Okay, so nothing that I was able to benefit from there. Let's get my little meeple back on there. We're going to the purple room. What do we got? Sword in a stone. Oh. You attempt to free a magical sword stuck in a stone. If your hero passes a strength check or discards a transmute rock to mud scroll, take a weapon from the specialty deck or discard. From the specialty or from the discard pile, I think is what they mean. I don't know. They don't capitalize the word discard, which makes me wonder. Yeah, because there's nothing else to discard here. I mean, I'm going to discard this anyway if I fail or whatever. Passes a strength check. Let's see here. The skeleton says you have a minimum strength of 5 for skill checks. Discard to... So I could swap out having to roll a 1 or a 2 for having to roll a 1 through a 4 on 2 10-siders. And what do I get if I succeed? Take a weapon from the specialty deck. Let me look and see what the weapons are. I don't know if I want to give up my skeleton. Because my skeleton's ability to basically block damage from one attack for me is really awesome. Let's see. Dagger. I mean, either one of these would boost my intellect weapon damage. So that could be nice. Sword. Yeah, I don't need that. So it could be like a crossbow in the stone. Staff of striking. Or the discard pile. I don't think I've seen any weapons go into the discard pile. Let me see here. Nope. So basically, well, there's that, but I use that. So basically what we're looking at here is a better chance at pseudo-permanently, because, you know, I could lose all my equipment if I die, but a better chance at least permanently for now, raising my damage output to 3, which would be great. But in exchange, I give up protection. I'm going to give up this skeleton, even just for the chance of getting this. On 2 10-siders, I mean, there's an okay chance that I could roll 1 through 4 on these. Come on now. Come on now. Yes! Awesome. Okay, so I do say goodbye to the skeleton. But, you know, I'll get no, I won't get another skeleton. I was going to say I'll get another skeleton as soon as I kill a baddie. No, I won't, because I need to camp first to get that spell back. So, okay, so the skeleton is going back in the specialty loot deck, but I get to draw my choice of weapon from here. And they all seem to be equal. I mean, oddly enough, the dagger seems to be the most useful because it has the widest number of ability types associated with it. None of these have any kind of like special abilities or whatever. So yeah, I will just take the dagger and add that to my supply of weapons, which will then boost up my damage when I succeed at landing an attack. It'll boost my damage up to 3, which is the max it can be, because my lowest abilities, my strength and my agility, are rated at 3. And so your maximum damage can't be greater than whatever your lowest stat is. So it may be that at some point I'll want to boost one of those. Probably my agility. It just doesn't feel right to boost my strength, because I'm a bitter, old, decrepit wizard. That was great, though. Man, that really worked out well. And it was a purple one, right? Where's the purple? Here we go. All right, kind of on a roll here. I'm feeling a bit dangerous, so let's just go ahead and check out the white room after we discard this purple card. All right, I think whites are always good. Let's see. Sacred Temple. If you discard a loot card, which I've got options, I could ditch that torch, roll a d6. If you discarded a treasure, add +2 to the die roll. Well, I don't have a treasure. On a 1, nothing happens. On a 2 to 3, draw 1 loot card. On a 4, draw 2 loot cards and choose 1. On a 5, draw 3 and choose 1. This is great. I mean, the chances here are really good. And if I maintain, I actually haven't run into this situation yet, but if I maintain my rule about rolling 2 and choosing 1, then I almost certainly have a great chance at finding something that will be more than worth getting rid of this torch. So, however, the torch is a unique item, and these, with my house rules, I can actually earn back. So I think I will... I think I might give up my teleport card, because I can walk safely through all those places except for the narrow ledge, and if I fail my narrow ledge check, I have the shields that I can use to... unless... Gosh. Maybe swap these. Maybe use up the shield one? No. Keep the shield. Keep the shield. I think you're going to want that more than teleporting. I could be wrong. We'll see how it works out. But yeah, I'll discard this, roll 2d6, and see what I got. Okay, so 4 I'm pretty sure is the better one. On a 4, draw 2 loot cards and choose 1. Okay, I will gladly do that. So I gotta ditch that first, though. Oh, nice. A second torch and a lockpick. Ooh. So, obviously I should have given up the torch. Oh well. The lockpick, though, I can imagine that being handy. So 2 torches and a lockpick. Nice. Nice. I'm happy about that lockpick. Okay. So then we've cleared that room. Now we just got to get through the narrow ledge, which again is a... Oh wait, no, it's not a narrow ledge. What is this? It's a crushing wall, and that's a strength check. Otherwise, I take 2 damage. All right. Strength check. Here we go. 1 or a 2. Oh my gosh, I got a 2. I can't believe it. I can't believe I passed that strength check. Beautiful. Okay, so then I make it through the dungeon, and so this level is clear. Yeah, this is an unusual run for me. I don't think I've ever made it alive in a single run this far. So maybe I'll discover that I'm being a little bit too generous with some of my rules changes, but not feeling that yet. And it's certainly not taken away from my enjoyment to go this easy on myself. Let's see here. So let's... Gotta discard that. And now we enter a new level of the dungeon. Gotta swap in the more powerful monsters. Got level 3 monsters now. Slide that down. And let's camp. We definitely want to camp. I mean, just to get equipment back, if nothing else. Alright, 6. So I can get all of my starting equipment back. I do already get my spells back. I didn't gain much XP on outside of those monsters. I don't know if I gained any. So I'd like to have some XP toward that 7. I'd love to get that lightning bolt spell, but you know, I'm still like not even quite at the halfway point of this dungeon, so that might be expecting a little too much to have lightning bolt anytime real soon. All right, let's look at our path here. Oh, and for toppings, Balmy Leader, just pepperoni and cheese. Sorry I did not go with the crossbow. I think the crossbow is a more cool weapon. The dagger, with the rules of the game, was just that much more versatile. Let's see here. So I'm trying to go here. If I go this way, then I can go through a white space. I mean, I'm going to have to hit a monster either way. This way I could also hit a white one, which is almost certainly going to be something good. Then hit the yellow. So I don't think I want to go for that purple one. I think I'm going to go straight ahead and then hit the white after the red one. All right. My path is clear. Here we go. Oh, oops, these monsters should go back into their respective decks. All right. Red. Draw one monster and resolve combat. Man, I think I'm going to start running into, like, back-to-back some of these red encounters that are multiple monsters. Wow. Well, we'll start with just a taste of level 3 monsters. The Hellhound. Okay, so he's got the ability Fire Breath. So that means it's got a 6 next to it. That means that if, when I'm rolling combat, I fail, and also the number that I roll is it doesn't matter. I mean, like, I think theoretically there could be some of these special abilities that trigger even if you succeed at beating their combat value. But I think almost always they are below some number below the combat value, so that you take damage and their ability triggers. So let's take a look at Fire Breath in the rule book. Fire Breath says hero takes d6 minus 1 damage. So it's just like extra damage with his attack, in addition to the 2 damage that I'll already suffer if I don't beat his combat value. And he's got 4 hit points. So this guy is no joke. This guy is no joke. All right. Oh, and that's right. This number is like what you roll, I'm almost sure, what you roll before modifiers. So in that way, I could potentially, in some scenario, roll a 6 and have a huge modifier that allows me to beat the combat value, but because I roll a 6, his ability still triggers. I think that's how it works. I don't remember. There are a couple instances, especially when you start looking at the like multiplayer, where the rules are just vague enough that I'm like, I don't know. But when you're playing solo, you know, as long as the rules, the core rules, are solid and they're not like a mess, then I don't care as much if they're not super precise, because I'm playing it solo anyway, and I can just make rulings on the fly. I don't have to check with another player to see if they agree with me or whatever, you know. We just go. All right, so Hellhound, I want a 13 I want a 13 or better and want to not have a 6 in my roll. So it's going to be one of these D10 plus 6. So I need to have a pretty decent roll as it is. Is there anything I can do? Oh, I've got the shield. I've got luck. I've got the luck scroll. I don't think that helps me with... that's a skill check. That's not a combat check. Teleport. Discard to bypass the current room and move all heroes to any location on the dungeon level map. I don't know if... I don't think I can do that after rolling and seeing what the result is. I do have that shield, though. So I've got the shield as a backup. Let's see here. My magic staff. Spend 1 luck token to inflict +1 damage. And then the Horn of Blasting, no, that's only going to help me against a Harpy, and this is no Harpy. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, so, did I just get exactly what I needed? Oh my gosh, I did. 6 plus 7, that's 13. That is exactly what I needed to avoid damage and to do damage to him in return. I'm doing 3 damage right now, so he's almost done. Whew. Man. Beefy guy. Beefy guy. All right. Round 2. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. That's a 9. So that's definitely going to be enough. And the Hellhound has been vanquished. Yeah, the dice rolls, I mean, there's a lot of lucky type stuff in this game too. So the dice rolls, like any game of this type that uses a lot of dice rolls, can work against you, you know? Or you can have a good run. You just never know. But that is 3 experience points and a loot card. Let's get the experience first. Very nice. Now I've got a bit of a ways to go before I can get bumped up to 7 in my intellect. I might start thinking about... I mean, I could pay for boosting my dexterity right now, and then if I were to come upon another weapon that would boost my... that would give me a 4th magic weapon, then I could immediately start taking advantage of that. But I think I'm gonna hoard my experience points for now. Now, in addition to, you know, your stats that you can raise up here, you also have these options for spending experience. For 5 XP, you can get yourself a luck token, or you can increase your, let's see, +1 vitality. Oh, that's right, and 1 health token. That's already, like, all the vitality boosts on here, they all cost 5. All the other stats that you can boost, your intellect, your agility, your strength, the price gets more expensive as you move up the track. But vitality, for some reason, every one of those is just 1. Oh, dang, I totally forgot. When you gain a vitality, when you gain a vitality, you also gain a hit point at the same time. So whenever I gained that, I should have gotten this other... I should have a total of 5 hit points now. Okay. So, yeah, I will be tempted maybe before I boost my intellect another 1 to maybe boost my vitality 1 more time. I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit cocky right now because things have been going my way in a very surprising manner. Balmy Leader says, so this game is just a Skyrim dungeon crawl in real life. I mean, like, yeah, Skyrim, I think, as far as just what you do in the dungeon, is, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of dungeon crawls that would like this. I mean, you could compare this in some ways to Diablo, or any other, you know, number of dungeon crawl games. The common elements between numerous dungeon crawls, I feel like, are largely, if not completely, represented here. The common thematic elements, you know, loot, increasingly difficult monsters, boss fights. There is a big boss that I have to defeat at the end of the 5th level of the dungeon. Gaining skills and stuff. I mean, I'm really impressed with the design of this game. And I think, you know, I think I would love it as is without adjusting anything if I also happened to be into that brutal, punishing difficulty. But making some rules changes to modify for that. The core rules, I think, are so well put together. So I don't know offhand the name of the designer. Let me see if it's really handily available in the rule book. Cerberus Gate Games. John Bonnard Smith, Albert Danish, and Chad Manichia. So hats off to all those folks in whatever role they played. I'll definitely be curious if this is a one-off or if Cerberus Gate Games puts out more stuff in the future. Hopefully, if this is any indication of the kind of the quality that they can put out in their designs and in the representation of the world, the art and stuff, all that I think is really nice. Then I'd love to see their games move from a game crafter to some kind of a retail print where they can be less expensive. I still think that for shipping and everything, getting this at Game Crafter, which is the only place you can get it, $60 stings a bit for what this game is. Unless you are really particularly looking for what this offers to add to your game collection, which in some ways I was, and so it stung less for me because of that. But I think just as it stands, $61, But I think for like a $40 game, this is a good value. That's a very reasonable price for something like this. And I think it probably would be able to reach that kind of pricing if it was mass-produced in retail. So, yeah, I'll definitely keep my eye on Cerberus Gate Games as much as I can to see what they put out next, because I'm really liking this game. All right. With more creatures, Balmy Leader adds as a qualifier to comparing it to Skyrim dungeons. Yes, the creature variety in this game is one of the biggest selling points for me. There are so many creatures. You're not going to see even half of them. Maybe like a third of them is what you'll see in a single run of the entire... And that's if you make it all the way through, to all 5 levels of the dungeon, Lastly, Balmy Leader says, thanks for commenting on my Halloween comment. I think I can... That was on another YouTube video that he made that, I think. I think I can celebrate it. I might dress as Mace Windu or a Stormtrooper. Cool, yeah. Well, if you feel like sending me a picture, I'd be interested in seeing it. All right. Focus now, Pater. Focus. We just entered... Oh, we were going to... We rested, right? We camped. So we got our basic equipment back. We were... Oh, no. We just defeated the Hellhound. We got the 3 experience. We haven't drawn the loot card. That's another big selling point for me in this game. There are... You can't really appreciate it, I guess, I think until I really pull it up here. But, there are so many loot cards. I love it. And, gosh, monster variety and loot are 2 major values for me when I'm playing a dungeon crawler. I love being surprised and weirded out or just shocked or whatever when I see a new monster. What is that? What the crap am I dealing with? How do I deal with this thing? Whereas in Skyrim, as you mentioned, you're going to be running into roughly the same 5 enemy types in a lot of those dungeons, maybe less, So the monster variety does really, once you put a number of hours into that game, it really is kind of lacking. But dang, not in this game. And the loot, yeah, I really like the loot too. Let's see if I got anything good here. Oh, dude, yeah! Potion of Vitality. Discard to gain +1 Vitality and +1 HP. So I'm going to save this for when I actually need it, because it'll get me 1 HP at the same time that I gain permanently 1 Vitality. Nice. That's what I love to feel. I love that feeling of discovery and that satisfaction of becoming stronger and more capable. Very cool. Let's see. I already did this room, and I said I was going to go toward this white room, so let's do that. White room. What do we got? Probably something good, almost certainly. Wise Man. You encounter an old wise man. He offers to join you for a fee. Any hero may discard 2 loot cards or 1 treasure to take a wise man from the specialty deck. Limit only 1 wise man. Well, let's take a look at the wise man in the specialty deck. See if he's worth giving up. Maybe 2 torches. Or a torch and a lockpick or something like that. Wise man, here we go. You have a minimum 5. You have a minimum intellect of 5 for skill checks. Well, I don't need that. Discard to block 1 attack. No, I'm really... I mean, I'm 1 monster fight away, as long as I survive it, from getting a henchman. I mean, this would give me 2. You can have more than 1 henchman. But no, I'm not really feeling the pull to give up my torches or a torch and a lockpick or really anything else for this wise man. So thank you for your offer, Mr. Wise Man. I'll just point you toward the exit. I cleared out the 2 upper levels. You are safe to depart. If you stay here, do not get in my way. All right, so that's the white one. Now we're going to move to this yellow one. Maybe a persistent room? We'll see. Toll bridge. Oh, crap. What is going on here? A troll demands a toll to cross. One hero must discard a loot card or you must fight the troll. If you kill the troll, gain 4 XP and draw 1 loot card. I think I'd rather give him one of my torches. Yeah, I'm going to give him one of my torches. That's a small price to pay to avoid what could be a risky and dangerous fight. So, yeah. Here you go, Mr. Troll. Here, look! Fire! Fire! Pretty fire! There you are. Alright, and that takes care of the troll. And that's not a persistent room. So we'll just put this token there. Moving on to the blue room. What do we got? Gold deposits. I like the sound of that. If your hero has a pickaxe, battle axe, halberd, or horn of blasting. I have the horn of blasting. Take a bag of gold from the specialty deck. I don't even have to lose my horn of blasting. I just have it. Bag of gold from the specialty deck. Oh man. This run is just going amazingly well. It's so different from any run I've had in the past. Oh, wow. So, bag of gold from the specialty deck. That doesn't have any immediate value, but if I remember correctly, it's valuable as like treasure for trading. Let's see here. There it is. Bag of gold counts as 2 loot cards for trading. So, yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That goes up here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that was what, the blue room? Yeah. All right. We got a monster now. Yeah, I still haven't been getting experience from any of these non-monster encounters, but that's all right. Okay, so the red room, not to be confused with the location of the same name in Black Widow, right? Wasn't it called the red room? The Pit of Despair. Draw 3 monsters and resolve combat. Now this is more like what I was waiting for. Crap. 3 monsters. Now we're going to see. Now we're going to see how much I keep cruising through this game. 3 monsters. Jeez Louise. What do we got? A gargoyle. He's got a stone flesh ability. I think that actually, weirdly enough, turns me to stone. Or like immobilizes me or something. I don't think it... What does that do? Let's look it up. Stone flesh. Reduce damage taken by M damage. Hero takes... What? Reduce damage taken by MDMG. And MDMG, that's the monster damage. What do you mean reduce damage taken by monster damage? Reduce it by how much? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. There's got to be some other explanation somewhere. But since I am streaming at the moment, I'm not going to bother looking it up. So I'm just going to say he doesn't have any ability. He's no ability for the gargoyle. I think he's going to be tough enough. 5 health on this guy. I got to roll an 11 or higher. Well, with 2 other monsters, it's going to be more than that. And then he does 2 damage to me. That's tough enough. 2 more we got to put out. Oh, let's see. I drew from the bottom. Let's draw from the top. Giant spider. Not a fan of spiders either. These days I am more watchful and concerned about scorpions, as I mentioned earlier. But I do not like spiders. I don't like any bugs. Any bugs, any insects, nothing. Ensnare. Triggers on a roll of 6. Let's see. Here, let me put that back. I don't need to hold that. Ensnare. What does that do? Ensnare. Hero misses and must pass a strength +2 ability check. Okay, so it's a little easier of an ability check than you'd normally have. Just you get a +2 advantage. Hero loses -2 health for each failed check. So you must pass it. A new combat round begins if hero escapes. A new combat round begins if hero escapes. How do you escape? Oh, if you... I see. If you pass the check, that's escaping from the ensnaring. But you basically just have to roll that check again and again and again and again until you succeed, and for each failed check, you lose 2 health. So that's if I roll a 6 and trigger that. I definitely don't want to do that. That sounds terrible. I don't have the special icon item that can get rid of this thing, evidently. It's got 5 health, combat value of 11, and does 2 damage. Jeez. My gosh. This could be the end. This could all in one room end my run. Rust monster. What the crap is that? His ability, if I roll a 5, is rust armor. And that says hero must discard 1 armor or weapon. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. Oh, that's terrible. So I want to spend as little time fighting him as possible, because the more time I'm rolling dice interacting with him, the greater chance I'm going to trigger that rust armor. And I think that is maybe my least favorite of all these abilities, just because I'm such... I'm so greedy for loot, you know? I don't want to let any of it go. I do not want to lose any of my weapons. And losing a weapon, if I fight him first, I'll be less able to fight the other monsters. So I need to fight him last. He does 3 damage, combat value of 10, and health of 4. Okay. Okay. So who are we taking on first? I feel like the gargoyle and the giant spider are basically the same. But because they're 5'11" too for health, combat value, and damage. The only difference is the giant spider has ensnare. The gargoyle, since the rule doesn't make sense to me, has no special ability. So I should probably go after the gargoyle first. I should probably go after the gargoyle first. Oh, but his combat value is going to be 13 because there's 2 others. I mean, there's no getting around it. I just have to hope for the best. So yeah, we're gonna go after this gargoyle first. Combat value of 13. Jeez Louise. You know what? It might be spell time. I might just need to blow this guy away. Well, I can't... Well, discard to inflict d6 plus 1 damage. I think it's worth doing. The sooner I can get one of these guys off the board, the less difficult it'll be to take out the others. Yeah, so let's just start... Let's open with this. Is there anything else that might help me here? With my magic staff, I can spend 1 luck to inflict plus 1 damage. So that could be useful. The shield will help me defend myself from damage. I've got the vitality potion. So I've got the tools in my toolbox. I just need to put them into play at the appropriate time. So we're going to start with the fireball and try to get this thing square in the face. D6 plus 1. Crap. I rolled a 2 and a 1. So I'm going to select the 2, add one more for 3 damage. All right. And now I have to actually face him in combat. Wait. I can spend 1 luck to inflict +1 damage. Now, it doesn't specify that that's in the middle of my combat roll, although it probably makes sense. I'm going to rule that that's only... that this special ability of the magic staff is only applicable when I'm using... when I'm doing a combat roll. So, alright. Oh boy. Here we go. Okay, so I got an 8 plus 6. It's going to be 14. That is going to be enough. So I don't take damage from him. He just takes damage from me. The damage that gets through is 3. That is plenty to take out the gargoyle. Okay. Okay, and I immediately gain 3 experience and a loot card. I have to remind myself of that, because when I was learning this game, that's the stuff I most often forgot, was to loot. Loot after every single monster you kill. Okay. So let's get the 3 before I forget. Let's see here. How do I do this? We'll go 1 and then 2, 3. Okay, so I have 6 right now. All right. Loot. Another potion of vitality. Awesome. I so approve of this message. Got to discard the fireball. Still a bit sad. Okay, giant spider is next on my list. Oh, wait. We are animating dead. We are animating that gargoyle so that I get a skeleton henchman. Yes. So now I've got both the shield spell scroll and a skeleton to take damage for me. Got 2 vitality potions. I'm pretty well positioned right now, even for a fight like this, surprisingly. Okay, giant spider time. He's going to have a boosted combat ability up to 12 now. 5 hit points. No fireball to soften him up first. It's just a straight up fight. Okay, so 8. Look at that. See, I rolled a 6, but I'm not selecting that one. So 8 plus 6, 14 again. Which is definitely going to be enough. So I will do 3 damage to him. If I want, I could spend a luck token to inflict +1 damage. I'm not sure if I can do that as many times as I want, or if I can just do it once per roll. Let me see if there's anything about weapon abilities. Weapon abilities. Combat round. Monster special abilities apply damage in a combat. Monster special abilities. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I might just have to make that call myself. I think I'm going to say that I can only do it once. And that being the case, I don't feel like it's worth it, because on the next roll, I'll do 3 damage and that'll be enough to take him out. So I'm not going to spend the luck token on that. I do need to remind myself, I think the luck tokens, though, allow you to re-roll your die. If I'm not mistaken, I need to look that up, because that's a pretty core rule. Let's see here. Yeah, you can re-roll one of your die rolls, or change one of your die rolls by +1 or -1. So that's what's going on there. Weapon damage, primary ability. Yeah, I thought there might be some note there. Nope. Okay. So yeah, that's gonna do. Did I roll? I think I rolled, because I got that 8. So I'm gonna do damage. I'm gonna do 3 damage to him. 1, 2, 3. And now we do that again. Oh crap! Double ones. Double ones. Here it comes. So 2 damage. I did not trigger Ensnare. I'm very glad about that. Do I use the shield or the skeleton? As a sort of skeletal shield. See, discard to block any damage. And then the skeleton, discard to block 1 attack. I'll use the skeleton because the shield is more versatile. It can block any damage, even if it's not an attack. So, good thing I animated that skeleton. So, yeah. Blocked that 2 damage. Here we go. Another round. Oh my gosh, double ones again. Double ones again. All right, let's get out the shield. Unless, do I want to just use a luck token to re-roll? Let's do a re-roll. I'll use a luck token, because come on. Come on now. All right, much better. 9. So then that'll do 3 damage, and he's done. Loot! 3 XP and loot. I've got to be able to pay for something cool now, right? Let's see, swap that for that. So I'm at 9 XP now. And loot. Potion of healing. Discard to gain D6 plus 1 HP. Very nice. Very nice. Wow. Wow. I'm continually amazed at this run. Oh, hang on. I was about to cover that location. Like, okay, we're done. Now I got this rust monster. Alright, so now I got to get 11 or better to not take damage from this guy. Which I really do not want to take damage from because he does 3 in 1 hit. And I only have 5 health, so we just take 2 good hits from this guy. I've got vitality potions. I've got a potion of healing, so I've got some backup. I've got a shield still. So I've got some padding. I've got some buffers, but even so, I've been going through some stuff pretty fast here. All right. Here we go. Crap. So a 5 plus 6, so that's 11. Just barely. Just barely. However, crap, 5 triggers his rust armor. I'm spending a token to just raise it by 1. I'm not going to even re-roll. I'm just going to raise the result to a 6 so that I can avoid that, do the damage I need to do. Yeah. And so that will be 3 damage on him. He's got 4 health. 1, 2, 3. And if I choose, I can spend 1 luck token to inflict plus 1 damage. I'm going to do that. So that, now I'm out of luck. But the rust monster's dead. So I'm pretty satisfied with that. 3 more. Let's see. How do I do this? They're kind of limited, the denominations of luck tokens that they give you. So let's see here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I need to have, when all is said and done, I need to have 12. So let's go 10 and 2. All right. Well, look at that. Look at that. 12 XP is what I need to bump that up. Do I want to do it? I think I do. I think I do. Let's get that loot card first, though. Oh my gosh! Who shuffled this deck? Another potion of vitality. Unbelievable. I did shuffle it. I shuffled it real good. I spent too much time shuffling it. This is amazing. Can't believe the run I'm having. I cannot believe it. So yeah, having done that, I'm going to get vitality. I'm going to gain vitality from these, 3 vitality potions that I have now. So I don't need to spend any XP on that. I don't feel the need to bump up my agility or strength yet because I still only have 3 potential damage because of the weapons I have. I'll feel that much more once I get my hands on another magic weapon. But And when I do, it'll only cost 3 XP to boost one of those stats up. So I have a potential 4 damage. So yeah, this makes total sense to me right now to bump this up, to put my intellect now at 7. Yeah, and now I am done with that room. And we'll move on to this yellow one here. Let's see what we got. Gelatinous cube. Oh my gosh. That looks quite dangerous. Out of nowhere. I don't know, because they are silent. That's the tricky thing. I remember playing in, what game was that? Oh, Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Like on the PlayStation 2. They're quiet. And you could round a corner and a gelatinous cube will be right there and take you by surprise. They are quiet monstrosities. Even though they move slow, you can just like not see them coming. It's really unsettling. Out of nowhere, you are ambushed by a giant blob. Make a strength check. Oh crap. Pass if you have a rope, or discard a flying carpet. Did I get rid of that flying carpet? I think I did, or I lost it or something, didn't I? Yeah. If I fail, I take damage equal to the dungeon level, which is 3. Okay. And it's persistent, so it's going to stay in this spot, but at least I don't have to... at least I can fail and then move on. I don't have to succeed in order to get past it. Okay. Okay. Strength check. And it's just got to be a straight up roll. It's got to be a 1 or a 2. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. A 1. Man. Oh my gosh. Man, anybody watching this is going to think, you are totally ridiculous in making the rules changes you did to this game. This is a cakewalk for you. Okay, well, you weren't here the other 3 times I played this game. Where I had died at least twice by now, even with the rules I'm using. So that does give you an idea, I think, of how much luck can play a role. And that can be a deterrent to some people. Some people don't want to play games that have as much luck in them as this one does. Oh, oops. That goes down here because he's persistent. Not that I'm going to stick around unless I want to go for that green one. No. Let's just keep moving. Let's keep moving. We're out of level 3 of the dungeon. 2 levels left. 2 levels left. Alright, so that gets discarded. We re-emerge. Oh, I should have... did I not draw enough cards? I should have had 5 in there, I thought. Maybe I missed one, so... Put 1 at the bottom there. And we re-emerge on level 4. And we are definitely going to camp. We're definitely going to camp. So let's see what happens when we camp. Oh crap, 2 1s. So I get 2 points of healing that I don't need, but I do get my skills back. My spells get renewed. Oh, and I'm at 7 now, so I have access to the lightning spell when I need it. Great. I think I have all of my starting equipment, so yeah, I guess I really didn't even need to make that camping roll. Such a crazy run. All right, well, let's look at our path here. So I'm definitely going to have to hit this. I mean, yeah, there's no avoiding that. I'm going to run into the whatever monster is there. Then I could do white, 2 yellows, and a red. The red you're going to get on the way out. The yellow you're going to have to pass. So white and yellow, if I go that way, or blue, yellow, and red if I go the other way. Hard to say. I still feel the pull to gain more experience as much as I can. I I think I'm going to go on the path that takes me... Well, you know what I could do? Because the red one I'm not going to have to do twice. I'm going to have to do the red one by the stairs at least once. Then I could go hit the white one and then turn around. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Okay. All right. So let's see what we got here. Draw one monster and resolve combat. Man, I really thought there were more I mean, I guess I still have like at least 6 cards left in this red deck before I need to reshuffle. But I thought I remembered more running into more multi-monster things. Even so, I don't mind. We'll start out slow. A werewolf with poison and berserk, in addition to 5 health, a 14 combat value, and 2 damage. I don't have the special item that can maybe kill him or something. But let's look and see what poison and berserk are all about. Berserk, gain +2 MDMG until the end of combat, not cumulative. So if I ever trigger that berserk, if I ever roll a 6 that I use, he's going to get +2 damage until the end of combat. I do not want that. What about poison? Hero loses -1 strength. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, I don't like that. Yeah, if I lose any strength at this point, that's going to reduce my damage output. Okay. All right. Oh my gosh, we're almost done here. I'll go a little bit longer. I'll go a little bit longer because I started a little bit later, but I do have to pick up my son before too long. All right. Well, we'll see how far we can get. Maybe I'll die pretty soon here, and that'll be a fitting end. Yeah, so I guess I'm just going to make a roll for it. Do I want to use Fireball at this point? It would be good to start out that way. Let's just do let's start out that way, and then we can get ourselves a skeleton as soon as possible. So, open with a Fireball, D6 +1 damage. Nice. I got a 6. That takes him out. Berserk. Oh, that only increases his damage. So yeah, I'll keep that roll. I add 1 to it. Yeah. And so, or maybe that would make it a 7. Wait, I don't know. No, that's Fireball. Yeah. That wasn't a combat roll. It was a Fireball damage roll. Okay. So yeah, that takes care of him. I get 4 XP. And a loot card. Loaf of bread. Discard to exit maze and gain +2 XPs. Or discard to gain 2 HPs. 2 HPs. Discard to exit maze and gain plus. So I just waltz through the maze? I don't want to do that. But that's cool. I'm glad I have that. I need to continue building up my supplies here. So, and my XP. 4 XP. Great. Good. Okay, so I used up my Fireball spell. And we did that encounter. Now we're going to hit the White Room. Guild Merchant. If you choose to trade, draw 5 loot cards and place them face up on this room. You may discard 2 loot cards or 1 treasure. Ooh, I've got that treasure. To take any one of the loot cards on this room any number of times. Afterwards, discard the remaining loot cards in this room. Yay, Skippy, yay. All right. So, yeah, 5 loot cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I can discard my bag of gold and or 2 of my loots. And yeah, let's see what we got here. Helm. Discard to reduce damage taken by 2. Okay. That's good. Boots of Agility. Gain +1 agility once per game. Discard to reduce damage taken by 1 HP. I want this because that's a permanent upgrade, and that'll ensure that my damage can be as much as 4 if I do get another magic weapon. Pickaxe, discard to inflict +1 damage. I don't know. Silence, discard to kill Harpy and gain +2 XPs, or discard to negate the Song of the Sirens and gain +1. I'm not using Song of the Sirens, so that's less valuable. Boots, discard to reduce damage taken by 1 HP. Okay, the only thing I want is these Boots of Agility. I'm going to trade in my bag of gold for it. Yes. That goes there. I immediately bump my agility up by 1. And I am ready to do more damage. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. And this is not persistent. So it's like one and done with this guy. So yeah, there he goes. And there goes his loot with him. That's fine. I totally got what I wanted there. So let's put the white marker out to show that we've done that room. And now we're going to back up and do the blue room. What do we got? Last card in the blue deck before I have to reshuffle. Wounded Dwarf. Any hero may discard Garlic. Loaf of Bread. I've never been able to do this before with the Wounded Dwarf. Hunk of Cheese. Meaty Rib. Oh. Hang on. I got to give myself a skeleton. Yeah. Because of the werewolf. And I got to get rid of my Animate Dead. Oh! Okay, so I gotta wrap things up soon here. So I can discard my Loaf of Bread to take the dwarf from the specialty deck. Limit only 1 dwarf. That's great. Man, I've never been able to do this before. As cool as this Loaf of Bread is, to let me exit the maze and gain 2 XP, that is super cool, but I just can't resist having the dwarf as a henchman. I've seen this card so many times and never been able to do it that I am taking that dwarf. I don't even know what he can do, but he's not the wise man, and so I'm sure he can cover something that I can't in terms of skill checks. There he is, the dwarf. Oh, it's another guy who can do strength checks for me. You have a minimum strength of 5 for skill checks. Discard to block 1 attack. So he's really identical in ability to the skeleton. That's totally fine with me. Okay, very nice. Well, let's do... let's do this red room, and I'll stop there. We'll see how interesting this last room is. Encounter. Draw 1 monster and resolve combat. Man, what's left in here? Let's see. Let's see what I could have run into. Tomb of the Lich King. Draw 1 monster, then draw 1 extra monster from the next level's monsters, or another level 5 monster. A golem that would have been tough to beat. 2 monsters. Another 1 monster. Another 1 monster, and another 1 monster. Huh. I really thought maybe I just had some runs where I was running into a lot of those multi-monster draws. But here we go. Medusa. Insanity is what she triggers on a 5. Insanity. Hero loses -1 intellect. Oh. I will not allow that. Charm of 6. Charm on 6. Charm says hero must discard 1 henchman. Oh, come on. I like my little collection I'm getting here. And then a magnifying... Or no, is that a mirror? I saw that. I could have acquired that before and I didn't. Anyway, I don't have that to help me take her out. She's got 5 health. I have to beat a 12. And she does 4 damage. So she's no slouch. She's no slouch. Here we go. Do I have anything? Oh, dude. Last fight. Come on. Now, I wouldn't do this right now if I wasn't really... if I really wasn't, like... trying to get if I was trying to get the rest of the way through this game, I wouldn't play lightning right now, but I'm going to play lightning. Discard to inflict your hero's weapon damage to all monsters. See, I definitely wouldn't play it now because I'd wait for a multi-monster thing. It's like chain lightning, basically. In fact, there's no reason to play it now. Oh, wait a minute. My weapon's damage is 3, so this is like an auto damage of 3 right now. So I'll do that. And she takes 3 damage. And I still have to get 2 more on her to take her out. So now we'll do the combat roll. 7. Oh no. 7 plus 2 is only 9. I don't trigger any of her abilities, but she does 5 damage to me. Now, I am going to instantly drink a vitality potion because that 1 hit... Wait. Shield. I'll use shield because that's replenishable. So that's going to block that damage, actually. Okay, and I have 2 henchmen that'll take hits for me. So here we go again. Oh, okay, I got a 10. Great, so that's 17. I definitely hit on her. I did 3 damage, which takes her out. My gosh. And let's see. So that's going to get me 1 loot and some XP. Wand of Lightning! Ha ha ha! Maybe once I'm done streaming, I will continue this run. This is just too beautiful. This is way too beautiful. And then let me get out, just so you can see the monsters that I might have had to face at the end. You've got this red dragon, who's got like 3 abilities that are really likely to trigger. He's got 30 hit points. I gotta get better than a 14 to take him out, and he does 5 damage. So this could end really fast. You got a Balrog, 26 hit points. Gotta get better than a 15. He does 4 damage. Look at all those abilities that can trigger. A Storm Giant, all kinds of abilities. Not as bad as the others, I don't think. Well, I have to get a higher number. I have to get a 17 or better to avoid getting hit by him. 18 health. And then Lich King. Look at all that stuff he can do. Anyway, okay. So now I got to go for realsies. But this has been a lot of fun. I look forward to doing more board game content like this in the future. This is the second of these types of, week-long scheduled streams. The next time I do a stream like this, a daytime stream on 4 days of the week, will probably be in early 2022. So maybe January, late January, early February, something like that is when I'll do another solo Tabletop Game Fest, which won't be necessarily limited to just dungeon crawls, but if you enjoyed seeing me play this game or any of the other games that I played recently, let me know which ones you especially enjoyed, and I will try to prioritize them the next time I do this kind of a live stream. But anyway, having a great time with all these. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.